Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the final day of the Gnomapalooza grinding. Campaign 5, week 8, day 7. So today, of course, we still have one last day of the 4-day Vault event. The first time we've ever had a 4-day Vault event, special because of the new patch. They ended up doing it for 4 days instead of just the standard 3. Overall, we got a pretty nice amount of loot, and we're going today until we hit 1,000. That is the game plan. We will not stop until we have 1,000 total keys and 100 epic vault keys, which oddly enough should happen around the exact same time. So that'll kind of work out perfectly. But that is the game plan. Before we do though, it is a Sunday, so we shall go over the weekly spoilers for the upcoming week. So let's go do that right now. Let's go bring it all up to the official website first, and then we'll go around. Also the pre-order $5 that never went through. Good job, Steam. Apparently, we're not getting a Steam Deck. Because we're not buying those scalped prices, that's for sure. I'll wait till the next model comes out. But anyways, as far as stuff, that's not stuff. Where's stuff? Where's stuff? Where's the event? Did they not post the event? I guess it's this one. Should be the Sharknado. Alright, yeah, here it is. I found it. I'm not sure why it's buried compared to the other posts. I guess everyone's still talking about Gnomapalooza. But anyways, next week's patch, we got ourselves a Were Shark coming in. It is an epic, so you'll be able to stock up on brown blue arcanes if you end up needing them. It inflicts bleed on an enemy, and if they use blue mana, inflicts twice more, so 3 total bleed. There's a 5% chance to devour them for each lycanthropy gem. Let's say there's 10 on the board. That's only 50%. That's pretty bad. That's a very low amount of percent. It looks like a pretty bad troop overall. It does get to inflict bleed on Skull to go with its other bleed. Though it doesn't have any true damage chance on Skull. I'm not sure why they haven't done that yet. A troop that has like 50% chance to do true damage on Skull but also have bleed on Skull. Nothing has that combination yet. And it has lycanthropy, of course, which a billion things, like everything this season pretty much had. Overall, pretty bad. I don't see any idea, any reason you'd really bother bringing this out. It's pretty much just for upgrading purposes in order to get another star for Merlantis, for the Merlantis event week next week. But overall, pretty underwhelming. Not really much we'll be able to do out of it for the most part. Anyways, why is this not letting me? There it goes. Let's go see what the World Lore event. Also, that reminds me, I need to see if we even finished the World Lore event. We might need to go do some battles. There are 6 battles players can encounter during the event. The Deep Well, Were Shark, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, the 3 lowest rarity are all 5. Leviathan, which is a legendary, is 8. The Deep King, which is also a legend, is 9. And the Megavore, that is a mythic, is 10. So it looks like since none of them seem to be doing anything, it seems like you go rarity order, with the Deep King being better than Leviathan, though that's pretty much all you would really need to know. Just go rarity order, because generally I highly doubt you'll be in a position where you would have to really decide between a Deep King and a Leviathan anyways. So you'd pretty much just do rarity order, and that's all you got to do for the event. So pretty straightforward. So nice and simple. The only thing you might want to remember is Deep King is better than Leviathan as far as legends are concerned. But aside from that, it's just rarity order, which seems perfectly fine. Also now available in the Mana Vault. Keep in mind, the troops weren't available until Monday. After weekly reset, the Mana Surge banned gnomes will become available as a possible drop with Cedric's Sparkle Sack and King Cedric. Oh, they were referring to the thing. I was like, wait, did they actually do it over top the Cedric drop table? It's like, no, those were just the 2 things that drop it. Never mind. I was going to say, that would have been perfect if they just did it over Cedric's overly dropping drop table instead. And now available from Gem Mastery, new warband weapons. Oh, I was wondering why those weren't available yet. But yeah, you can get the 2 new warband weapons just by leveling. So, yeah, make sure to go gain a level if you can't get those warbands. That reminds me, I still haven't bothered getting those warbands. I might just get them on tomorrow during the weekly video, just to kind of go over it. But, yeah, so those are being added. Anyways, oh yeah, I should probably go over everything else. That's info we already knew. Well, not the weapon part, but the gnome part. Anyways, there's a few other things going on next week. One of them being Pokemon Unite comes out next Tuesday. But that's not related to here. But anyways, so, as far as weekly event stuff, this Tuesday, we got ourselves the faction event for Sea of Sorrows. One of the more annoying ones to do without potions, so definitely a good idea to do it with potions this Wednesday. I mean, this Tuesday. Wednesday, we got the Krabby, which is the blue Guild War bonus, as we can see right here. It's been around for a while, but if you haven't gotten it max, it's good for blue Guild War, which I believe is 2 weeks from now, if I'm not mistaken. This Thursday, we got the class event for the Tidecaller hero class. Overall, pretty bad hero class, mostly because Frost Mage is better than it in like 95% of situations. So you almost never really use Tidecaller in comparison. So pretty average hero class, but if nothing else, if you don't have it max, some more free XP for it. And Friday, we have Invasions. This was originally supposed to be last week, like this weekend right now. However, it got moved due to them doing a Vault event this weekend. So, yeah, it's just got moved by a week, essentially. So instead of having Invasions this weekend, we have Invasions next weekend. I'm pretty sure it's the exact same Invasions we were supposed to have this week, so I could literally keep the exact same team I had set up. Because, I'm pretty sure it's the exact same one. Did they actually change it? What troop is this again? Nope, it's the exact same one. I actually have the team set up right here. So, hey, one team already done for the Monday video tonight. But, oh, tell me I didn't overwrite it on accident. That'd be a fail. Did I overwrite it? No, right here. Naga Invasions. This is what you would use for next Friday's weekend event. It was supposed to be this weekend, so I already had the team set up for it. Well, we'll show it again next week then, since it actually is next week. And that's basically everything that we got going on. Anyways, so the rest of the stream, we will be opening 1 billion Gnomapaloozas. Or not, well, you know what I mean. We're going to be hunting gnomes. A lot of gnomes. A very, very, very high amount of gnomes. But before I do, let me say hello to chat. Hope all of you have been doing well. Hope all of you had a wonderful Gnomapalooza weekend. Or I should say Vault events. Though now with Gnomapalooza for free. Hello, mister. Also, speaking about free, gosh, are they trying to sell it for a lot of money? 3 full sets for 50 bucks is absurdly expensive. That could be 20 bucks and I would still be hesitant. That'd be 10 bucks, I'd probably still be hesitant. If that was $5, I would maybe consider it. Like, remove the gems and make it like 5 bucks. I would maybe get it. But that is pricey. Anyways, hello, mister. Hello, Bill. Hello, Michael. Hello, Easy Breezy. Hello, Cookie. Hello, Reese. Hello, Rogue. Hello, Isabel. Hello, Kosh. Let's see, 2,000 keys and 250 epics. You're done. Nice. And we're gonna have about half that many. So slightly lower on epics because of course we'd get bad luck. Let's see. Hello, D Rebus. Sorry to ask again, but should you use or save vault keys? I would say mostly save. There are 4 more gnomes in the drop table. We don't know exactly how they'll be manipulating drop table, but as of tomorrow, we will have 4 more gnomes. We don't know if this will be over top the commons, if it'll be over top the legend, if it'll be over top of a new category, taken away from literally everything else. We don't currently know that info, so there's not really any way to know overall. But yeah, you could use them now or use them later. They're both pretty good value. But we don't know exactly how much the 4 new gnomes are taking up the drop table, since they're a rarity that currently doesn't exist. Like when we get a new common, we know it's just going to be over top the common drop table. And when we get a new legend, we kind of just assume they're all fighting with each other to try to get off at the top of the whenever you get a tarot card kind of drop. However, we don't know exactly how they're going to be handling epics. The most ideal way would be they put it over top of Cedric's drop table, in the sense that instead of getting a Cedric, you'll now have a chance of getting Cedric or the 4 new gnomes. However, we don't know exactly how they're implementing it until tomorrow. So it could technically be a nerf to Vault Keys tomorrow, though I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be that big of a nerf, since getting them as a drop would still be relatively rare. Hello, Dizin. Hello, Sushi Ninja. Hello, Jonathan. Hello, Imperial. Hello, Barbara. Hello, Johnny. Hello, HD Addict. Hello, Logic Slayer. Hello, Hung. Hello, Jamie. Hello, Vanessa. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, so, I should probably finish out dailies and then we'll go do all the grind. First thing I should probably check, has the guild finished the event? And if not, I should probably help them. Oh, there we go. We got it done. Thank you, guild, who did their battles. Blue, please, or purple. That's neither of those 2 things. Or power. I'll take a power, too. Let's see. How bad did we do at the event? Oh, yeah, we did really low. Oh, yeah, Rogue just came in. I was like, Rogue, how do you do 0? I forgot you just came in this week. That's fine. But, obviously, you just got in. Also, we're still missing a person. If anyone wants to join the guild, we got 1 spot left. Rogue just joined us. And we still have a spot left. If you're 1,000 plus, can do all weekly events and, can do 1.5 million gold per week or more. we have one spot available. So if anyone is interested, PC mobile version of the game. Anyways, yeah, I think we go clear out dailies and then we'll go do the grind. We do have one really good thing off a daily today. I'll probably just ignore the glory because we just get infinite glory now from the other thing. But definitely don't want to pass up an Imperial, that's for sure. That's some juicy loot. Where's my Phoenicia these days? I just feel like you keep moving. There we go. Maybe they'll pull Cedric Soulforce. Also, hello, Tomahawk. Welcome. You joined your stream a few days ago. Loving it so far. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we stream every single night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're also going to be streaming Pokemon Unite literally every single day this week, starting Tuesday night at midnight Eastern Standard Time, because I think that's when it launches. Should be around then. And during the day, we'll be doing it like every single day this week until we go on vacation on August 3rd. Yeah, generally every single day we stream at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Gems of War. Normally about an hour or two. Though tonight we will be going for probably like 3 or 4 hours, because we're not stopping until we have at least 1,000 Vault Keys and 100 Epic Vault Keys. That is the goal. Just to say that we've hit at least 4 digits on the one and 3 on the other, at least once. Because realistically, this would be the most attainable time to try to do it this weekend, since we already had so much done of it already, due to the very inflated Thursday that made it super easy to get them. The rate, even without that, is still pretty solid though. One pretty nice thing too is I believe I get back from my family trip the exact day that Vault event starts, the next Vault event, so it's going to be rather convenient. Before it was going to run through it, but they changed the date and now it's actually perfect, so that's rather convenient. Also, speaking of perfect, this is not perfect. It has revived every single time today right now. It has gotten a 25% revive. That is extremely unlucky. Normally this battle should just be one-shotted. Yeah, if anyone still has any other questions, anything you want me to go over, do let me know. These once we clear out dailies, we will just be doing Nomopaloozas. A lot of Nomopaloozas. Like probably 3 hours worth of Nomopaloozas as the event finishes up. And if you still want to try to grind any of them, still some time. While it is near the end of the event, there is still 6 hours left. Or sorry, 7 hours. Well, 6 hours and 45 minutes. So still a decent portion left in time. Even if you only grind it for those 6 hours, that's still a lot of loot, as you'll probably see during this stream. Also, can things stop reviving on 25% chance? That'd be great. Every single one of these battles has had a 25% revive, I am pretty sure. Okay, now we can ignore the rest of those. Let's go clear out dungeons, and then let's go get on the grind. Let's start getting those Nomopaloozas down. And tomorrow should be quite a bit of fun too. Of course, we won't have Nomopalooza, but we're going to have a new mythic. We're also going to be opening a bunch of Vault Keys, assuming they are not accidentally in Glory and Gem Keys. There is a slight chance they'll accidentally forget and put it in Glory and Gem Keys. And if they do, I'll probably already have the copies of the new gnomes and won't need to open Vault Keys for them. However, we will likely have to still open Vault Keys for them. And aside from that, we'll also be doing the new mythic, because that comes out tomorrow, if you bought the bigger pass. Otherwise, the normal pass gets it next week's Monday. If you're playing 100% free to play, you get it in a couple months from now, whenever it rotates in Soulforge or whenever Magrim Woods comes back again. Though do keep in mind, 2 weeks from now, Magrim's Wood event will not have the new mythic in it. You have to wait till the Magrim Woods event after next Magrim's Wood event. How do you feel about the Gems of War community being salty about the Palooza mishap and nerf? I'm not sure. I feel like they should have let it go all weekend before nerfing it. I definitely feel like it should have gone all weekend, though I think their concern was people would literally have infinite upon infinite resources if they let it go all weekend. Like literal infinite. Like, not like a partial infinite, like truly unlimited resources. And I think that was mostly their concern. They even after the nerf, they left it in a pretty strong state. Like you farm for an hour and then you have a Nomopalooza. So it's basically 1 hour of not Nomopalooza into 1 Nomopalooza, which is a ratio of about 1 to 5. Where you're farming for 4 sets of 15 minutes, and then you're doing a Nomopalooza for 1 set of 15 minutes. Though, of course, we've basically been perpetually doing Nomopaloozas because we were able to get so many when it was giving infinite. Actually, I still have 24 sets left. It's a lot of sets. I'm pretty sure there's some people that still have triple-digit sets who really went crazy on Thursday. Yeah, even after the nerf, it's still pretty insane how much you can get from it. Like, even after the nerf, 1 to 2 hours, like, definitely 2 hours. If you farm a Vault event for 2 hours, that's the previous equivalent of doing it for about 15 to 20 hours. That is how much of a buff the changes still are, even after the nerf. That basically 2 hours of Vault event equals now 15 to 20 hours prior to buff, or, you know, prior to this patch. Which is still nerfed compared to what it was on Thursday, but it's still really, really high. As long as they don't nerf what it currently is, I think they handled it okay. Though it should have never been that broken to begin with. I'm not sure how they didn't realize how broken it would be. Like, it was very obvious, even from their preview stream that they were doing of it a couple of weeks ago. Even for people who didn't touch the beta, including myself. I've heard from people in the beta, but I didn't actually get to play this beta. Because I haven't bothered doing it for a little over a year now. But, even just the preview stream showed how ridiculous it would be. Like, the rate. Because within, like, 15 minutes, they were already at their very slow rate. Like, pretty much getting a Nomapalooza within the Nomapalooza. So they should have really known. Not sure how they did. But anyways, so, game plan. Let's go do a Nomapalooza. Let me make sure the controller's working, though, because I don't have it, okay, is it working? It did a little thingy. Yeah, it's working. Alright, let's go change our team to Dust Devil, because I will forget if I don't do it right now. Where's Dust Devil? I'll use this one. I need to reorganize all these troops after this weekend. The top of my team's still all over the place. Okay, let's go do it. Soulforge. Nomapalooza. Double check chat since we won't be able to see it as much. I can still kind of read chat. It's just hard to scroll while I'm doing it. Should you save Vault keys until next Vault event? No. You would either want to open Vault keys now or open them tomorrow. There's no need to save it for the next Vault event. There's not really much of a benefit of opening them during a Vault event. The only reason why it might be a little bit more useful to open them now is there are 4 new gnomes coming into the drop table tomorrow, and we don't know exactly how they will occupy the drop table. And there is a chance they will occupy the drop table in a way that technically ever so slightly nerfs the loot of Vault keys. Not substantially, but ever so slightly compared to the rate that you are capable of getting now. So there is an argument to make that if you have like thousands of Vault keys right now, or at least several hundreds, you might want to use a couple hundred now and then use the rest tomorrow, potentially. However, I'm personally just opening mine tomorrow and then saving the rest for the future. I'm basically just using them until I have 1 copy of the 4 new gnomes. Or if they're really dropping frequently, I might go and try to get 6 copies of them and then ascend orb them. Or even just not at all if they're really dropping a high. I'm pretty sure they'll be relatively rare, though. Like, not as rare as, like, the tarot cards, but probably, like, as rare or rarer than each of the individual commons, I would assume. But we don't know exactly how they're populating the drop table until tomorrow. And even then, we won't really know, because the game doesn't show it in-game. We can just kind of tell from a lot of drops, like, exactly how it's going down. Anyways, so we got a lot of power orbs right now. We have enough to craft, like, 1.5, if not 2, if we converted literally everything. We have enough to craft about 1.5 or 2, whole legendaries. Or, not legendaries, you know what I mean, boss rarity troops. And we should be getting one in 2 weeks from now. Not next week, but the following week. So, like, a week and 1 day. Anyways, let's go do Nomapaloozas! Let it begin! Or continue, I should say. We've been doing it all weekends. Oh, never mind, that's the right team. I was like, did I forget to change the team again? Yep, come on. Controller was being weird there because it didn't do anything yet. Now it's working correctly. Also, I didn't even bother using the Joy-Con. I'm just using the Nintendo Switch controller at the moment. Which is a bit weird because I have to click the B button instead of A button. Because the layout on most controllers is to click B to confirm, or, you know, the bottom button. But on Switch, it's switched. And currently, the game, for whatever reason, is trying to pick it up as not a Switch controller. So it's making me have to click the B button instead of A. How do you speed up the load screen in the events? I'm using a controller. I'm just click and confirm on a controller, which is currently mapped to B for whatever reason, and I'm too lazy to bother changing it. It works. But yeah, we're just clicking the B button, which is making us go through the thing. I think it's in frame right now, right? But yeah, I'm just clicking B. You can kind of see it on screen right there. But that's how we're getting through. Any controller with a confirm button will work. And you can map it to any button you really feel like. I just didn't bother remapping it. I normally use a Joy-Con for it, but I was acting weird yesterday, so I didn't bother trying today. The Pro Controller always works correctly. Because for whatever reason, my PC, both my two PCs, it's something with the Joy-Con itself, but the Joy-Con occasionally gets picked up as an other, and the computer doesn't recognize it as a controller sometimes, because it's such a weird controller. Hello, MC! Welcome! Oh, so hello, Marvelous! Welcome as well. How do you ascend the gnomes? They ascend just like any other gnome. So the new gnomes that are epic require 5 copies for the legendary ascension and 10 or 15 total for the mythic ascension. If they drop very rarely, it might be okay to get 6 copies of them and then use a blue to get them up. However, I'm probably not going to use any ascension orbs on them, because I assume they drop at least somewhat frequently enough that we'll get them maxed over time. Kind of like how we have like 50 copies of Cedric or something ridiculous. I feel like those gnomes will kind of be the same, except a little bit different since you need 16 of each, so. And there's 4 of them. I really hope they put it over top of Cedric's drop table. That'd be the best way of doing it, because it would make Cedric a little bit rarer, which is perfectly fine because he is so ridiculously common right now. And it would help disperse the numbers a bit more. And it also wouldn't take away from any of the drop table if they did that. Well, other than Cedric itself. But I'm pretty sure almost no one would really be too affected by Cedric being lower. He's so absurdly high. Like, I feel like he's like 1 in 6 chance per key you open to get a Cedric. It's definitely around 1 in 10 or something. Why do you ascend them? What's the point? There is no point other than to have them maxed. There is absolutely no point whatsoever in ascending the gnomes currently, in the current state of the game. Except for Cedric. But even Cedric's benefit's not that high to ascending. But no, there's no real reason to ascend the gnomes. It's just a completionist thing. There's also technically no reason to even own a copy of the gnomes. It's just a completionist thing to have them. No real reason other than that. Though they might be useful to upgrade at some point. But similar to the Apocalypse troops and the Guardians and stuff like that, like they're in a category where they're not associated to a kingdom. So there's nothing to actually give value for upgrading them when you're not using them. Unlike everything else in the game, where even the most useless troops in the game that are associated to a kingdom are still worth upgrading because of the kingdom levels. Speaking of that, RimWorld should be getting a really high kingdom level soon. Getting a lot of troops in the next 2 weeks between tomorrow and its actual events next week, or next week's week, you know what I mean. Not tomorrow's event, but the week after that. A power gem that converts a troop to a gnome, that would be pretty funny. Especially if they actually had a loot bag. That would be kind of funny. Got your first verse 4 of the day! Nice. Yeah, I'm not sure why. I am struggling to get verse 4s as well. It is by far the one I've been the lowest on the entire time. There's never been any point when verse 4 was not my lowest one. And verse 2, for whatever reason, was my second lowest. But verse 4 has consistently been my lowest this entire weekend. And it's kind of weird because every single person seems to have a different lowest, which means it actually is weighted evenly. We just happen to not be getting verse 4s. It's not that big of a margin, though. It's been about 5 behind the entire time. Even when they were single digits, it was somehow still 5 behind. It's pretty much been consistently 5 behind. Yeah, I'm still curious to see what they're doing for special gems. They're adding some kind of mana special gem next season, which I'm curious how controversial it will be. I feel like it'll be less controversial than Lycanthropy, but still be controversial in the sense that it seems pretty broken. Like, the balance on it seems really strong unless they're changing it before now and then. We'll have to see when it's officially out. It will be in 3 weeks from now. Actually, I'll be gone the week it comes out, unfortunately. I think that's the start of my trip. Which is a little bit bad timing there. If I have a lot of data still left on my phone, I'm going to see if I can upload a video still, going over it. Because I will be away that week. And I will not have Wi-Fi. So I have to use my phone's data. And I do not have a lot of data. Especially for something like a YouTube video that takes up like a lot of data. Like I'd almost max out my data just trying to do it, which is why I don't know for sure if I'll be able to do it or not yet. So we're definitely going to gain a level this stream. I wonder if that other person who's been grinding in my guild has finally passed me yet or not. They've been close to doing so for a while now. But we've always been like ever so slightly higher. They definitely grinded more than me this weekend. I know that. Which almost half my guild did. Nice to see the guild is active. Yeah, 2 is my second lowest. 4 is my lowest and 2 is my second lowest. Lycanthropy can be used for delve still. Also, with that in mind, even though everyone always rips on how awful Lycanthropy is, tomorrow, or next week, not this week's week, but next week's week, is the last week you have to try to utilize Lycanthropy naturally falling onto the board in order to do pure factions. So if you're looking to try to attempt some pure factions, there are a few delves where Lycanthropy actually makes it easier to win. This is mostly due to the fact that it now properly halves the level of the enemy, which could potentially make some delves that have really annoying troops in a given location actually weaker. It can also technically make your team stronger, even though it's halving your level. The troop that it converts into could be way stronger than one of the 4 delve troops. So do be mindful if you want to use Lycanthropy. The next like 2 weeks are the last chance you have to try to do so on high level delves. As there are a few very rare instances where Lycanthropy makes delves pure factions easier, not harder. And they won't be naturally falling from the sky anymore after the season ends. Though of course we might have some kind of other power gem that makes it easy as well. The Lycanthropy is one of the ones that are actually a bit more powerful at doing it. Oh yeah, 2x skull glitch is still a thing though, isn't it? Never mind. Hold up, I forgot. I still haven't seen that happen yet. I'll need to mess with that next week. I still have not seen the 2x skull glitch happen yet. Also, you can still bypass the 2x skull glitch. I believe it only happens at high speeds. So if you can bear through a pure faction 500 at 1x speed, I don't think the glitch happens. I still haven't seen it at all, even at 4x speed. Though I haven't really been doing many battles that would even allow the enemy to hit us. Yeah, 1x speed is basically slow motion. It's pretty funny. If you've been playing for 4x speed pretty much forever, and go back to 1x speed, it literally feels like you're watching the game in slow motion. And there's 4 speeds slower than that too. 0.25 is like literal slow motion. It doesn't even look like the game's playing. It looks like you're watching the game at like 1 frame per second. I'm pretty sure it's a bit more than that. I played a game at 1x speed, you're asking for the impossible. Yeah, I still hope they add a speed option for Puzzle Quest 3. Currently, Puzzle Quest 3 is played at 1x speed. Which seems very exceedingly slow. Even though they're reworking dungeons next patch, current dungeon takes like 5 minutes at current speed. Which is basically the equivalent of doing an Explore level 12. Which takes 30 seconds in Gems of War. Approximately 30 seconds, can take up to a minute, depending on how things go. No, you can still get all the Lycanthropy troops. What I mean by you won't have the Lycanthropy effect anymore is it naturally stops falling from the sky after 2 more weeks. Once this event is over, you will no longer have the naturally occurring Lycanthropy fall from the sky. This is relevant for pure factions because obviously you can't set a troop that has lycanthropy in a pure faction. You have to set the 4 pure faction troops. So after this event ends, you won't have the power gem anymore to be able to utilize for pure factions. But yes, all the troops that still do lycanthropy, they'll still do lycanthropy even after this event is done. But they can't be used for pure factions, of course. So far, almost every single thing that has lycanthropy as a troop is pretty bad, though. The one exception, or technically 2 exceptions, are the boss troops. Or boss troop, we don't exactly know what's happening when that happens. We're definitely getting at least 1 boss troop at the end of the season. And the Mythic, which is coming out tomorrow. Those are the 2 that have a lycanthropy effect that's not useless. Actually, the Mythic coming out tomorrow is pretty consistent at 4 times lycanthropying an entire team. Because it does a Doom Skull convert and it does a color to lycanthropy gem convert, which are both very strong. And that combination also allows you to trigger definitely at least 4 lycanthropy. Because, oh gosh, we got the tankiest one. But the reason why you definitely get at least 4 is, train of thought, fail. I'm trying to focus on where the things are. But the reason why you would always get 4 is because the Doom Skulls will explode. So even if you don't chain the purples together, the Doom Skulls hitting each other and then destroying everything would also just crash the lycanthropies. So you're pretty much guaranteed to lycanthropy the entire enemy team. Even though the ability doesn't say it does that, that's effectively what it does. While also being a double convert that accumulates purple mana while also hitting for a lot of skull damage because they're Doom Skulls. Actually, one of the only few Doom Skull converts, double converts as well. Glaceon being the other one. Because even Lord of Slaughter doesn't have it, though it's still a pretty good convert what he has. But yeah, I believe Glaceon's the only troop in the entire game that has it currently. Right? Is there another? I don't think there's another. One that has Doom Skull convert into color convert. And this will be the first one that has one with a power gem. It has a power gem convert into a Doom Skull convert, which is pretty strong. Especially if they add a double convert like that has even better ability. Which, oddly enough, I think is the Mythic that's coming at the end of next week. Next season. You know, Season 3. Campaign 3, whatever you want to call it. Can you tell you the top 5 best classes in the game? Titan, Frost Mage, Thief. That pretty much covers most of your ground. And by that, after that, you'd probably want to go Archmagus and Sunspear. Archmagus is the best caster. Sunspear is used for the best triple damage burning, though there are a couple that you would use occasionally instead, like Slayer and a few other instances. But overall, I would say Sunspear is the best. Titan is just your all-rounder kind of tank thing. There's a lot of tanks like Monk, Sentinel, and a few others. But generally, Titan's your most well-rounded one if you're going to go one of them. Thief's the best stealthy in the game. It also has the most summon of any hero class, which is exceedingly annoying because it has stealthy. And which one did I not mention? Frost Mage is because of freeze. Literally that. It's the best freezing hero class. And for that reason, it's good. Because freeze is really good. Arguably, freeze is still the strongest stats effect in the game. Or negative stats effect, I should say. Oh, we're back to normal music. I love those audio cues. Alright, let's go update our numbers. So, we have 59 pity. Why won't it let me update it? There it goes. We got 59 pity. We got, not what I wanted. Where are my other 2 key numbers? Oh yeah, I gotta do math. Where's my calculator? To the calculator! 943 minus 255, or 688 volt keys. And we are at, how many epics? Oh, we got 0 epics? Oh no! We got 0 epics in that 15 minutes. That's sad. Oh, let's keep going. Oh, do we need troglodyte? No, we already got it maxed. I feel like I've done almost no pets this weekend. I think I did like 2. Because I keep getting repeats and it's not worth taking the time to go do a repeat one when it's a vault event. If it wasn't a vault event, I would still almost not take it. But definitely during a vault event, you definitely wouldn't because there's no chance for gnomes during them. Hello, Jonathan! Let's see. With one Iron Hawk and Slayer class, still can't instantly. What is needed? What kingdom are you doing? You have to do it in Black Hawk. Most likely would be your best option. I think that's the overall lowest durability Black Hawk. If you're doing it in a location that isn't Black Hawk, that's probably why it's not working. Do you think 325 vault keys is enough to get 4 power orbs? Probably not. I feel like you'd be a bit short, though it really depends on luck. I never opened that many, so I have no clue. Hard to tell. But I feel like you would need slightly more than that. But you still have 6 hours to grind. Yeah, the other alternative is Double Dust Devil. The problem with Double Dust Devil is it's quite a bit slower than a Greed Dust Devil. How many Nomapaloozas are you going to keep for next event? However many we have left after we get 1,000 Vault Keys and 100 Epic Vault Keys. That will be our number. However many it takes. Realistically, probably about a dozen to 20. That depends how these Nomapaloozas go. The luck or lack thereof. Yeah, I hope they don't nerf it even further. It's still in a pretty nice state the way it is now, even after the nerf. We'll find out next World event weekend. I don't think they would add more verses to the game. Because they would actually have to do work to do that. Because they would have to have 2 more gnomes and everything as well. And that would require a major patch. It's not like a quick fix they can do. But no, I highly doubt they would do that. And even if they did, if they kept the same rates the exact same, it wouldn't even be that much more of a nerf anyways. It would just take maybe an hour and 15 minutes to get to 1 Nomapalooza instead of about an hour. Though with good luck, it actually is possible to hit 2 Nomapaloozas in an hour in the current drop rate. I haven't really been grinding it much because we have pretty much enough to still do infinite this weekend. But next Vault event, we'll be doing a lot more of that grinding. So we'll see if they've nerfed it by then or not. Because it'll be pretty noticeable if they did. Yeah, a couple of gnomes gain quite a bit of durability. The biggest concern is a lot of soul gnomes. Soul gnome is the tankiest gnome in the game, and if a lot of them appear, the Dust Devil team, the Slayer Dust Devil team doesn't work as well. Because I believe if 2 of them survive, you don't have enough damage to win. You have to kill at least 3 for it to kill everything. And the problem with that is soul gnome has a lot of durability, and is more likely to not die to 15 damage. Plus bleed damage, which I think is the biggest issue. Because if you have this battle right here, I don't think the team would win. Actually, or would it? You would have... no, it wouldn't have won there. But yeah, that's probably what the issue is. Because when I was mentioning that it would still work if you're farming the normal battles, the Slayer team. But yeah, that team might not work for Nomapalooza. Because if you have 2 soul gnomes in the same battle that are epic or higher rarity, they will not die. They will both survive from the Slayer team, which is probably the issue that's being ran into. If you're doing a normal battle, it wouldn't matter, because the bleed will be enough to concentrate kill it. Like this battle, it would die, because only one of this soul gnomes was epic or higher. But in the instances where you have multiple, it wouldn't die. Which is probably the problem that's coming with it. So I guess the double Ironhawk team is still needed then. I guess battle the Slayer team would have enough damage. Well, there's quite a few of them where it wouldn't. Like this one, it would not have enough damage to one-shot. But luckily this team does. The only thing this team cannot one-shot is a mythic soul gnome. That is literally the only thing. Even a legendary soul gnome we can kill. Yeah, the Slayer team is still quicker than Rowan, which is the main thing that matters. But it's probably closer to 5 per minute instead of 6. If you're farming for not the Nomopalooza, it's still closer to 6. It's actually the same speed as the team we're using now, pretty much. But if you're doing Nomopalooza, it is a bit slower. Also, can we get Epic Vault Keys? That was Mythic Ingots, wasn't it? We've gotten 0 Epic Vault Keys somehow this stream. I know you're out there. Yeah, every time you get a Vault Key drop, there's a 1 in 10 chance it'll be an Epic Vault Key instead. And you gotta get lucky and hope that it actually drops. So we're getting pretty close to the level. Hopefully it doesn't happen to Nomopalooza. Doesn't waste too much time though. It wastes like 1 or 2 battles of time. And it should probably restart after this Nomopalooza. Controller still has that weird lag glitch thing. Which I'm not sure if they're ever going to get around to fixing. Ah, double Volcano Epic though. It's not too much slower then. Because this is 6 per minute, regardless of what you do, pretty much. Which is still a bit of an increase, but not too huge of a difference compared to only having 1 Ironhawk. My 2 Ironhawk is still ideal. Do you think they'll add a new kingdom? Yes, they're definitely planning on adding new kingdoms. When? Who knows? It could be next year before we get a new kingdom. They officially mentioned it at the beginning of this year, so with how they normally do stuff, it takes normally 2 years for them to say something and then it actually happens. So, 2013, early 2013. But no, I think early next year has potential too. It might be one of those outliers where it only takes about a year of them saying something for it to happen. But knowing their track record, expect it early 2013. Oh no, I missed. Okay, when does that? It like moves to the middle, but I didn't actually get the input click. Also, we need to get more new music tracks every single patch. I love the new music they added to this patch. Still playing in the background, it's probably pretty low though. It's always fun when they add a new game mode that has new music. Like, there's not too many areas that have their own unique music. Technically, Nomapalooza and Treasure Hunt are the only two. Like, every new game mode ever needs to have new music. Like, when they do the Treasure Hunt rework, if they add, like, another key, like an epic, or we just got an epic vault key. But if they add, like, a new map, like an epic map, or whatever they're gonna call it, the equivalence of it, they definitely need to give it its own music. So that both Treasure Hunt modes have their own unique music. How long has Weaver been in Forge? You can check on terransworld.com. It shows when the last thing happens. I can't remember if it happened this cycle. I think we're almost halfway through this cycle, so if it hasn't happened yet, it should be in the next month or two. Or less. But if it has happened, it could still be a while. Because we're only just barely halfway through the cycle, I believe. Second verse 4 to stream, nice. Oh wow, that's a lot of verse 4s. I wish I could find that many verse 4s. Every single verse 4 I find is basically a Nomapalooza. This is my lowest. Hey, another epic vault key, nice. We got 0 the first batch, but 2 already. Great to see. Realistically, we should be hitting about 2 every single time though. Hopefully we find even more. Because based on how many vault keys we're finding total per 15 minutes, we should find about 2 every time. For at drop rate. Are they doing a treasure hunt rework? Yes. When? Who knows? It was supposed to be about the same time as Arena rework. The Arena rework was about a year ago, and they still haven't done the treasure hunt rework. So we don't really know when on earth they're going to do it. It's definitely something they will be doing at some point. How exactly they'll be changing it, who knows? But treasure hunt will eventually not be useless. Or at least slightly less useless than it is now. They will eventually do something to it at some point. This is in the Savage Lips. I didn't even check to see what the 4 new gnomes do. I assume whatever their ability is useless. I didn't even check to see if whatever they had was viable or not. I would assume not. As like every single gnome other than Cedric is useless. And I assume the 4 new ones are the same. I know we're getting dangerously close to that level. Because every level up waits like 20 seconds or so, which is basically 2 battles. And with this kind of loot, that's a lot of loot to miss out. Also, I can only imagine how many useless ingots we've gotten. It's by far the most useless thing that any of these things are dropping. Even the jewel gnome's doing better than it, probably. Since we might actually be getting a non-zero amount of diamonds from it, even though we just got 20 jewels. Glory gnome's definitely carrying, though. The amount of glory is just absolutely insane. Yeah, if anyone didn't have every weapon max prior to this weekend, I think you might have them all maxed now. If you had, like, any issue prior to this weekend of not having all the weapons upgraded, I think you're good to go for now. Like, maxing every weapon in the game has just gotten substantially easier since this. It's one of the byproducts of this. $2.3 million glory from this event. I think that's my total right now. Yeah, you did go pretty crazy on it. You said you would have had like 2,000 something. Just in normal vault keys. I think I'm at like 2.4, 2.5 million glory. Though I had like a million something before I started. Yeah, I'm almost over 10 million souls as well. We hit the ends. Oh good, it was right before the level. So are we going to bother grinding just to go try to get that level? I guess we will. Just so it doesn't conflict with the thing. Yeah, we'll go grind that real quick and then go update the numbers. So I'm just doing this real quick so we can go and gain a level before we start another Gnomapalooza. Just to make sure Gnomapalooza doesn't get in the way. Also gotta restart the game, just to make sure we really don't lag. I want to get this level first since we're so close already. I was gonna maybe we'll find a gnome. See how many battles it takes until we find one. One of the new ones. We're at 2 battles right now. Which we might gain a level before that happens. 3 battles. 4 battles. I have a normal gnome. 5. Yeah, we're still handing out a code. We're handing out 2 codes this stream. 6. We'll hand out the next code after we do our next Gnomapalooza. After it finishes, of course. Because it'd be kind of hard to do during. 7. Oh, there's the level. Okay. Let's do it in blue. Alright, now that we got our level out of the way, let's go and check what our numbers are. So we got 60 pity. And check what the other 2 are. Okay, so Volkeys. We have 60 pity, which is this number right here. Epic Volkeys has moved up to by 2. Perfect. So those 2 that we saw were the 2 that we got. And the other number is math. 964 into calculator. Go. That comes out to, what on earth just happened? Hold up, clear. 964 minus 255. 709. Means we found 21. Alright, there we go. And just for fun, let's add all 3 numbers to see where we're at. Plus 60, plus 74. We have found a total of 843 keys this weekend. Or Vault key related keys. Alright, let's go do another Gnomapalooza. Before we do, let me just restart real quick though. Where's Steam? There we go. Yeah, I think they underestimated how efficiently people can farm within this game. Hopefully that doesn't mean they nerfed us to, or nerf Ironhawk. I wonder if after this Gnomapalooza they actually nerf Ironhawk. I sure hope not. That'd probably be even more controversial than anything they could do nerf-wise to the actual event. Since this is also the best way to get EXP in the game. So all the really endgame players need it for that as well. Who actually want to try hitting level 2000 in a realistic amount of time. Though even then it still takes forever. But in a slightly more realistic amount of time. Oh yeah, I wonder how much drama Salty will get. I'll need to catch that. I actually do need to catch that. Oh no, but our stream's gonna go forever tomorrow night. I might have to rewatch it. We're gonna have a very busy week this week. Also, Fall Guys still hasn't confirmed the exact time that their update is, even though it's in like a day or two. It's still confusing on if it's tomorrow or on Tuesday, because there's two conflicting dates. One says it's tomorrow, and the other says it's Tuesday. No, regardless, our Tuesday stream will definitely have it. No, nothing happened with Salty, but everyone always does their complaints towards Salty. So everyone's going to be, it's the first stream she'll have since the Gnomapalooza fiasco that happened on Thursday. Oh, have you seen the forum? There's a lot of drama. There's like a whole thread of drama. It's pretty funny. It goes pretty deep. But yeah, go check the Gems of War forum and check like the Gnomapalooza thread. I'm pretty sure it has like thousands of comments on it already. Mostly the same people chatting back and forth though, probably. I haven't showed it on stream, but yeah, there's a lot of drama there. Surprised they haven't had to lock the thread yet. Sometimes they do, for a short duration. I don't think they have locked it yet. The vocal minority. I don't know, overall, they were going to get backlash regardless of what they did at that point. The bigger concern is why didn't they do anything prior? They had like a whole beta test, and they even saw how broken it was when they live streamed it, or at least two of them did. Salty, community manager, and some guy who codes. I'm pretty sure he just codes. But, I don't know, that stream that they didn't raise any concern to either of them. Not to mention, they've definitely tested at least more than just that. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Whoops. Yeah, Ozball. Ozball and Salty. I think Ozball just codes, though. I'm not sure he really does anything other than coding. Also, he used to play the game a lot before he actually was a dev on the team. Like, he's really active on the forums and such before he was ever on the dev team. Not sure how much he plays these days, though, since that was multiple years ago. But there was one point where he was probably actually the best player on the dev team. Yeah, we're pretty lucky they didn't do a rollback. That would have been even more controversial. How on earth is this input being so weird? There it goes. How did he even do the chat screen? The input should never bring up chat. Very high amount of misclick. Yeah, I didn't get nearly as much grind on Thursday as I could have. I was kind of hoping they would leave it like that all weekends. Which is probably what caused even more controversy, because there's a lot of people who didn't even get to touch it on Thursday. Some people might not even known there was a Vault event on Thursday, since this was the first time Thursday ever had a Vault event ever. And it was the most broken Vault event in the history of time. For the duration that it lasted. Like, that one day of Vault event was like 3 to 5 years of Vault events in one single day. On a day that normally doesn't even have a Vault event. Though now every Vault event is like 1 year's worth of Vault events though, even after the nerf. Compared to what it was prior. I'm not sure why they keep making Vault events stronger and stronger. Like, I like that they're adding more resources to the game because it makes playing free-to-play a lot easier. But, they've done that like 3 years in a row now. Done a Vault event update that made Vault event better. The previous year they added epic Vault keys and a 20% flat rate for better resources in Vault keys. When the event started, you had 49,000 souls. By noon, you had Dawnbringer! That's pretty insane. Dawnbringer teams? Dawnbringer doesn't generally get used for any teams in the current meta. If it is to be used, it's generally used for Thursday class events. It is actually the most effective weapon in the game for Thursday class events, with Black Manacles being and what's the other one? Black Manacles and Dustbringer being the second best ones. But Dawnbringer is generally the absolute strongest weapon you can have for a Thursday class event. It's pretty much the only location where it's still meta. The only other location you may occasionally use it is Guild Wars, particularly Red Guild War Day, because Red Guild War Day doesn't really have much for protection, and Dawnbringer is a decent protecting option. Not the best in the game, but relative to what you have available on Red Guild War Day, it's a pretty effective option. Though a little bit bad against Skull Spam. I think Barrier in general is pretty bad against Skull Spam. Oh yeah, that reminds me. We haven't had a Guild War since the 2-time Skull glitch. Oh no. Oh no. We might have to play next Guild War at 1-time speed. It might take us the entire stream to do a single Guild Wars. I didn't think about that. But yeah, next Guild War would probably have the Skull glitch that came in the most recent patch. Because we haven't had a Guild Wars yet since then. That's going to cause a lot of drama on the forum. That's going to be funny. Imagine playing a Guild War battle and losing because everything on the opposing team one-shots you. Are they fixing it next week? I'm not sure. I believe they need a full patch to fix it. And it could be weeks before they have like a full patch going out. But no, from what I've heard, they need like an actual client-side patch to fix it. But that could take weeks. Oh, are they trying to pull it out for next week? Okay, never mind. It might be literally a patch that just has it and nothing else. Hopefully it gets fixed, because they definitely need to before Guild Wars. That's that is very crucial. Oh, she said something about it last stream. Okay. Wait, but the glitch didn't exist last stream, did it? Skulls are hitting through barrier too? Oh gosh. I don't know what their testing process is these days. And as far as the beta that they do, I haven't been in it for over a year now. So I'm not even sure what their current system is. Well, it seems like they tested very little in-house, that's for sure. They've been focusing on Puzzle Quest 3, which they've also been breaking. Also, Puzzle Quest 3 better be getting a patch this week. It has been pretty much in a stagnant state since the previous patch, like 2 months ago. That's why we haven't really been streaming it much. I'll probably be streaming it a bit once I get back from my trip, though. Because the patch will definitely be out by then. There's no way they wouldn't have had a major patch by then. I was expecting it to actually be after my previous trip, but then they didn't do a patch. And still haven't. There's really good chances this week. Which is unfortunate because every game I play has an update this week. Gems of War is probably getting a hot fix. Puzzle Quest 3 is getting the major update, which might be its biggest update ever. Pokemon Unite's releasing, and Fall Guys is Season 5. which they delayed so long that Gems of War is nearly in Season 6, even though they both started Season 4 at the exact same time. Where am I going? I'm going to New Jersey to see family. I haven't gone on a family trip for quite some time, actually. I don't think I've seen any family member for about 5 years now. And quite a few of the people I'll be seeing on this trip I haven't seen for like over a decade. Actually, probably almost 2 decades. So no people I'm seeing on this trip I don't think I've seen since I was 12. I'm currently 26, almost 27. So it's been a while. An epic Valky, nice. I wonder if someone will get mad and bring in 4chan again. That would be funny. That was a really funny Puzzle Quest stream when they had that happen. So far, no one's done that to a Gems of War stream yet, have they? They probably just straight, like, ban everything. Yeah, Jetto has been posting stuff for Puzzle Quest 3 and Gems of War now. It almost seems like a second community manager that does slightly less than Salty, but still has some kind of similar responsibility. Not sure exactly, though. Anyways, maybe Jetto will eventually replace Salty. Highly doubt that, though. They seem to both have the same role, though, which is kind of weird. Because now there's like 2 people doing seemingly the same thing. Except Salty does more. I'm not sure what else Jetto does. But she's kind of like the second in command community manager now. As well as whatever else she does. Or a thing on the forums to support Team Human. Yeah, she deals with a lot of support. She's one of the people who does all the support tickets. Which there are a lot of. They have multiple people doing that, though. Because Salty, Jetto, and at least like 1 or 2 other people that we don't really know about do the support tickets, I believe. Because they have quite a few devs that like are never in the spotlight. Or like on the dev team, but we never like hear from because they never post on the forum. And they're kind of just in the shadows because we never see them on streams and they're never post on any of the forums. Because it's not really their job to do so. End of that one. Okay, it's go time and tribute time apparently. 22. Trying to sell me those overpriced verses. No. Do it for $5. Do it 90% cheaper and we'll talk. Maybe I would go for it. Just ever so maybe. Okay, anyways, we got 61 pity. And we'll go from there. So we got 61. I got some amount of epic Volkies. How many? 2. Okay, we're at the exact 2 drop rate. So we only got unlucky the very first time we did it. And how many total Volkies is that? I think we can do that in our head. That's 731. 731. There we go. Alright, let's go ahead and add a redeem code. We'll have a second one later to stream as well. Yeah, let's keep going. Till we hit 100 epic vault keys. Which, honestly, if we get about 8 per hour, we're talking another 4 hours of grinding? Yeah, 4 to 5. Depends how luck goes. Oh, it looks like we're going to reset. We might be streaming till reset. It's going to be a long stream. Yeah, we'll hand out the first code now. We'll have the another code at some point. At some unknown point. Who knows, maybe we'll even have a third. We'll see. Let's see. Where's my code section? Put that away, but don't close it since we're definitely going to be needing more of it. Where is the code section? There it is. Put that there, put that there, put that there. Quick refresh so I can get the code or the link. And here you guys go. There's the redeem code. Use on gemsword.com for the game code section. Calling it 250 gem value is pretty crazy. If that's worth 250 gem value, I wonder how much, or 250 value. I wonder how much value we have gotten over the course of Thursday. Does that mean we became a millionaire? If the other thing is 250 gem value. But there you guys go. There's the code. Enjoy. But yeah, it's pretty funny that that has that. It's worth a Nintendo Switch. I probably am dropping like $100 or $200 on Pokemon Unite though. I've been wanting a game like that for so long, and they finally made it. Let's see. Plus the game is pay to win enough that we kind of have to. To stay competitive. Because there are some non-cosmetic things in that MOBA. That should be pretty fun. We'll be messing with that a lot the next 2 weeks, once it launches this Tuesday night. Nothing else, hopefully the videos make up for some of the money. One thing I want to try getting out pretty early is opening 30 loot boxes, if nothing else. Since no one will be able to do that unless they actually spend money on it. And it's something I was probably already going to do anyways. That and go over the whole economy of the game. Seems like we cover that for every game we play now, so. Except for Fall Guys, because there is no economy in Fall Guys. But every other game we ever really get around to. Hey, no problem for the code, everyone. We'll have another 1 or 2 later to stream. Apparently we're going for quite some time. Because it could take a while. So I need to stay up till 3 anyways to go record the video, so. We're already going to be up, so might as well be grinding. Since it's a vault event. If you're going for 1,000 keys, are you not still farming songs? No, I don't think we're gonna need songs. I think we have enough songs. Because we need about 4 to 5 hours worth of songs. Even if it takes 5 hours, it's 20. We'd still have like 8 left over. Or, 5 hours worth. There's 20 of them. Yeah, no problem for the code, everyone. Oh gosh, we got a lot of glory gnomes there. All of the loot. We're going to be grinding too to the end. Yeah, anyone who's hey, we got a gnome. Or one of the special gnomes. But yeah, anyone who's staying around to grind, we'll be streaming pretty much all night if you are going to still be farming the vault event. We'll also be here with you. Grinding. Because it's probably going to take like 4 or 5 hours, which is pretty much the rest of the vault event. be here all night. Also, I might need to go get some caffeine. That or more sugar. Also, I was having a thing of root beer earlier, and gosh, did they put a lot of sugar in that thing. Like, 1 single liter of it has, like, almost a day and a half worth of sugar. It's insane. I drank half of it. Oh, also, I did finally pick up some chocolates. I ended up picking up some Rolos. They're not within hand's reach, but I do have the paper of them. There's very few chocolates I can have. I can have Rolos, though. They're those things covered in chocolate that have caramel in the middle. Actually, I haven't had them for years, but I was in like a really big chocolate kick the other day. I might finish out the bag. It's not caffeine, but sugar still helps stay up. And I might need to go get the non-caffeine or the non-sugar caffeinated tea. Yeah, Rolos are really good. I forgot how good they actually were after not having them for like, I almost want to say a decade. I think it's been like 5 or 6 years. Probably not a decade. It's been a very long time since I had Rolos. But yeah, I might finish out the rest of the bag tonight. Might happen. But I can't really do it while eating them. But no more Palooza. Would have to be in between. Snack break. Yeah, I think we'll do a quick snack break. Go get the Rolos, go get some caffeine. We'll be here a while. If you've never had one in your life, oh, they're good. They're pretty much the best, like, main brand's caramel thing. Chocolate-covered caramel. Like, if you go for, like, the high-end stuff, it's probably better than it. But most of them contain notes. And they're also generally brands that you wouldn't really know of, compared to, like, something like Hershey's. But there's definitely ones that are better than it, quality-wise. But as far as, like, mass-produced ones, it's probably the best one. Out of the ones that are like really mass produced. So many gnomes. I still can't get over this event. It's amazing how one patch can change the economy so much. It's gonna feel weird once the vault event ends, because all loot will feel pointless. Other than grinding tokens. It's the only thing that still has value. But that's like literally the only thing. Like doing the normal events with your guilds and farming for tokens. Anything else is nearly pointless outside of vault events now. Relative to vault event loot. Because vault event loot was already great and now it's just beyond. Like 1 hour of a standard vault event now is like the entirety of what you would farm outside of it, not counting events. You know, like 1 hour, an entire month of normal battles is like 1 hour of a vault event now. With the main exceptions being token grinding on Explore 12 and guild-related events, as well as doing daily dungeons, daily adventure board, stuff like that. Like all the dailies and weeklies are still good. But any infinite farming method that isn't token farming indirectly got nerfed this patch. Just but from Vault Event being so strong. Yeah, you can use the songs anytime, but the vault key drop rate would be way less. So generally, you'd want to do it only during vault events, even though theoretically you can use them whenever. But the rate of vault keys would be substantially lower if you used one of these when it's not a vault event. Oh, we got a 20 gem drop with a diamond drop. Not bad. I need the 20 gems more than the diamonds, though. We went over it earlier. We have enough diamonds to craft 26 mythics. It's pretty insane. You can basically get 2 years worth of mythics just off of diamonds. Those were all from this event, obviously. I've been saving for quite some time. Not sure how many we've gotten from this event. I want to say we've almost gotten a mythic's worth, though. Well, maybe less. They drop pretty low amount of diamonds. Though Cedric drops quite a bit once we start using those vault keys. Because a normal Cedric can drop a 61. It's 50 with 20% extra. I hate that that doesn't go through that screen. Few screens that spamming that button will not go through, and that is one of them. I forgot to recharge this controller. I definitely need to tonight. Otherwise, it'll be very dead by tomorrow. Because we've been using it a lot this weekend. Well, that has pretty good battery life. It has like a 20-hour battery life or something. Yeah, we probably will reach about half a mythic then in diamonds by the end of it. That seems about right. I don't keep track of it though. Diamonds mean nothing to us. Just because I have so many. There's just nothing to use diamonds for once you own everything. Obviously prior to that, they were extremely important because they get you mythics you don't own. But once you do own every mythic and every weapon, they start to become very useless very quickly. That's the only other thing you can do with them is convert them to souls, which is exceedingly bad value. Each diamond's only worth, I think, 10 souls or something? Or 1 soul each? Something absurdly bad. Whatever the conversion rate is super bad. I think it's 10 souls per diamond. Which is extremely bad value since the diamond's worth like 2 gems. And 10 souls is worth like 0. Theoretically, souls actually have no direct gem value. In the sense that nothing they convert into converts to gem value. Kind of like how deeds theoretically have no gem value, even though they do indeed have gem value. It's just they don't directly go to anything where you would save gems otherwise. Well, actually, I don't know. They still have the base value because you can get them in the shop, so I guess they have value in that regard. Where an Imperial is like 500 to 1,000. And a deed book is like 5,000, I think, gems. Because each deed is worth 150. So a deed book is 4,500, I think, or something. But they don't directly convert into anything gem-wise. Oh, we just got 4 soul gnomes. It's funny, we were just talking about soul gnomes. Because normally the thing where things get gem value from is their chance of getting a mythic. And then you can break down its gem value from there. Based on that. But souls don't really have a conversion rate into anything. They're just kind of consumed over time. Or there's quite a few resources that can convert to other stuff like glory. Where every 20 glory is about 1 gem value because of what it converts into. Whereas souls doesn't really have an equivalence of that. Is it better to exhaust songs today or carry them to the next event? You definitely want to have at least some amount on reserve. I would advise saving about 10. Because every Vault event, you're going to want to throw at least a few right at the beginning of the Vault events. Because doing one is basically like doing an entire Vault event prior to this patch. Which is pretty insane. And of course, the pity value you get a lot higher initially. Like your very first one that you do is going to give you like 10 or 11 pity. Though of course, that's diminishing returns the more you use. But the first few give a lot of value in that regard. Like your first 3 to 5. I'm pretty sure 5 exceeds 20 pity. Whereas right now we're getting like 1 pity per one that we use. Whereas your first 5 give you pretty much 20 every event. So you have to wait 6 weeks between them. So you can always just farm them during the event too. Oh, there we go. We reached the end. Okay, I'll be back in 1 minute. Gonna go get caffeine and apparently the Rolos. The sugar and caffeine we need to stay up. But anyways, guys, I will be back in 1 minute. And I'll see you guys soon. Be right back. Okay, we're back. Got everything we need to stay up for like 4 hours. But yeah, Rolos. You probably can't really see much from the one side. Let's see. Gotta go unpackage them. They're each individually wrapped, so they take like forever to unwrap. We had it pretty good. Rolos. 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 I got caramel inside. We had it really good. They're really, really good. Okay, we're at 62 pity. I'm surprised pity's still moving up by 1. I'm actually surprised it still does consistently. We are eventually going to reach a point where it does not move up by 1 anymore. And let me go update the numbers. Then a quick snack break. Drink some caffeine and we should be good to go for another hour or 2. And then we need to go for another, like, 4 hours. Until the epic Valky number says 100, we shall keep going. Hey, where's my Valky numbers? Not that number, by the way. Oh no, we got 0 epic Valkies. No! Oh no, how did we get 0? That's not good. It's gonna take even longer. Let's see. Probably shouldn't be doing this in my head. Math hurts. It's 754. There we go. It has been updated. Dun, dun, dun. There we go. Okay. All numbers are now updated. Ah, pity. Yeah, we still get another pity key. Even after we do that. Look how many we need. 315. Imagine if this was prior to this patch. How long it would take to find 315 gnomes. And now we can do it within 15 minutes. And some. The keys shouldn't be in the drop table yet. They won't be until, they won't be until tomorrow. I don't know, have anyone gotten in the drop table yet? Based on the forum post, they are not in drop table until Monday. You just got the green verse gnome? Interesting. Maybe they did add it already. Oh no, has anyone else found a gnome in Valky yet? They might have updated it recently. Also, I'm almost already out of this entire bag. I was really in a chocolate craving. And this is all I have left. And I'm pretty sure there'll be none left by the end of this stream. I can guarantee that. Let's see how much sugar is in these. Too much, probably. 5 pieces is 1 serving. And it's like 1/3 your daily amount of sugar per 5. So if I eat 15, there's still 2 more sets of 5. Well, actually a 5 and a 4. So it's like 2 servings. That's a lot of sugar. Still a lot of sugar. Oh, 1 more, then we'll get back to things. So I should probably take a sip of the actual caffeine. That'd probably help keep me more up than the sugar. Though sugar definitely helps. We can make an ASMR Rolo eating stream. No. Anyways. Let's go get the Nomapalooza going. Okay. Let it begin. Let's keep going. To the Blackhawk. Though technically location doesn't really matter since we're one-shotting everything anyways. Oh, I forgot. I can't do that with one hand, can I? Actually, or could I? Hold up. I wonder if the other keys are set correctly. No, that brings up the other thing. Wait, well, how do you bring up your ability then? Oh yeah, you can do it like that. Aha! I could technically do it like that. Almost forgot that was a function. Oh, you can't do it until the screen starts though. Interesting. I almost forgot that's a thing. Except how do we get past this screen? Is the problem. Because it doesn't let me click continue. Which is very problematic. Oh, if you're on console, it would let you, but it doesn't on PC for whatever reason. It's very weird. But I can do this. Which is exactly how console plays. I wonder if that's even quicker to do or not. I feel like it's slightly slower. Because we can't get the initial click. Makes drinking possible, though. This is a little bit more downtime. It's still just as quick, pretty much. Wait, can you D-pad down on the screen? I'll double check. I'll check if D-pad works. Nope, D-pad does nothing. I'm clicking D-pad right now. It does nothing for me. It might not be mapped correctly, though. But my D-pad literally does nothing on that screen. Hello, hello, Tyrian. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Oh no, I missed. Oh, I missed. 2 days straight of Pokemon Go Fest? Nice. Hey, Pokemon Unite's in 2 days, though. Tuesday night. I'm not sure if you're getting into it, but, yeah, it launches in 2 days. So it's, going to be 2-month exclusive for Switch. It'll come to mobile in September. Confirmed in Volkies? Okay. They are in Volkies now. We might have to open some Volkies at the end of the stream, then. Assuming we hit our goal. There's a possibility we'll need to just keep grinding until we hit our goal. Yeah, Pokemon Unite should be a lot of fun. I am so really hyped for it. It should come out Tuesday night. We'll likely be doing a midnight live stream for it on Tuesday night. Which is technically Wednesday morning, night, or whatever you'd call it. And we'll have Fall Guys either tomorrow or Tuesday morning or afternoon. I'm just not sure if it's actually launching tomorrow or on Tuesday. The season 5 for Fall Guys. They have 2 conflicting dates, and I honestly have no clue which one is correct. Either tomorrow or Tuesday. Regardless, we're definitely doing a stream for it on Tuesday afternoon. But yeah, it seems they already added the new gnomes to Volkey drop table. So if any of you are looking to get the new gnomes, you could try for it now if you're kind of bored with farming. Or feel like you have infinite enough resources by now. Hey, an epic Volkey. I still need 23 more of those. I don't think we're stopping until we hit 100. I still want to try for it. I feel like that's a bad idea, but I think I'm going to go all the way. I want to say we've hit at least 100 once. But yeah, apparently all 4 gnomes seem to be in drop table now. Based on 2 people. No, based on any person saying that it is, this probably is. Where are you going on my trip? I already answered earlier. But I'll say it again. I didn't realize you were still asking it because I already answered it. But we're going to New Jersey for my for a family trip. It'll be the first time I'll be seeing some family members since I was like 12 years old, which is like 15 years now. But yeah, I'll be gone from the 3rd to the 13th, I believe it is. I forget the exact dates, somewhere around there. Maybe it's like the 3rd to the 12th. It's like a little over 1 week, whatever it is. However, it's like a day-long flight there and back because of how the flight is. I wasn't the one who set it up, and I think we're stuck on a plane for like 6 hours both ways. Because like a multi-transfer or something, it's really weird. They're busy complaining about my Volkeys, it's funny. Or do you mean compiling? Yeah, we're going to be going all the way tonight. There is a small chance we get unlucky enough that we can't go all the way, though. Because the average should be 8 per hour. Well, if we get unlucky, we're getting less than 8 per hour. Though 8 per hour does mean 3 hours would be enough. And 3 hours from now is not even 1. And there's still 2 more hours on that. So we should have plenty of time. And I need to stay up till 3 AM anyways to record the video, so... it kind of works out. Oh, so what's been happening with Sundays lately? We've been having a long Sunday stream almost every Sunday lately. I think last week's Sunday was the only one that wasn't. Because the week before that was July 4th, and the week before that was another Vault event, and the week before that was us coming back from the previous trip. So there's only been one Sunday so far where we haven't done something special, and it was the previous Sunday. Kind of had a big chain of them lately. Please click. Thank you. Trying to eat a Rolo, but this is very inefficient to do while grinding. Yeah, that's not going to be possible. It's just physically not possible without choking. Hey, an epic Volkey. I'm looking for those. Well, I'm looking for a lot of things, but those are one of the things we are looking for. Quite specifically. Still haven't seen a double epic Volkey battle. Also, we'll definitely hand out another code when we hit 100 epic Volkeys. Actually, that's what we can hand the next 2 codes based on. We'll hand out the next code when we hit 1,000 total keys. Or, you know, total keys is in the 3 numbers. And we'll hand out the other code when we hit 100 epic Volkey. So we'll have 3 codes to stream. One we already handed out. Those will be the other 2 then. Because we're somewhat close to 1,000. We're at 840 or 890, I mean. So yeah, we're like 120 away or less from having probably even less because we already have some from right now until we hit 1,000 total between the 3. Do I have enough Nomapaloozas to hit it? Yes. Because it should take us about 3 hours in Nomapalooza. That's 12 Nomapaloozas, and we have 20 something. So we're not running out. And even if we did, we could farm more. But no, we shouldn't run out. Gosh, Mecha Gnomes are so bad. I thought Jewel Gnome was bad. Mecha Gnome's the new Jewel Gnome. And how horrific it is. I feel like anyone who's been playing for at least a year after this Gnomapalooza is now at a point where they have every weapon maxed after this event. Or pretty close to it. But yeah, Tyrian, out of curiosity, since you did do the Pokemon Go Fest, and I'm not quite sure how the monetization is in that game, how much have you spent on Pokemon Go? If you wouldn't mind sharing. Or who knows, maybe you're free to play. I have a slight feeling that is not the case. I'm curious, how much have you spent on it? Because I've actually never played any other Nintendo mobile game before. This one's already pretty money hungry. Like right when Pokemon Unite launches, we're probably spending 100 to 200. Oh, another epic bulky. This week or total? Both. Just this week and total. If you even know what the total would even be. Well, the nice thing about Gems of Wars, you kind of can keep track due to the VIP system about how much it is. I don't think Pokemon Unite's going to have a way to track it. They'll keep track of it pretty closely. This week, about 30 to 40 for GoFest. Interesting. How much is that total, though? Yeah, I could see a big event costing about that much for a game like that. I don't really feel like Pokemon Unite would have an equivalence. Their closest equivalence is they have a loot box system that will probably be updated like once a month. And the incentive will be, hey, go get this new shiny stuff. We only give you like 14 rolls per week or something. If you actually want to realistically get anything, you have to spend money. Okay, so that's about 1,000 something. That makes sense. We've been playing both games just over 5 years. Yeah, Pokemon Unite's been 5 years. Wasn't that their 5-year anniversary this weekend? And Gems of War has been about 7 years. We're at the end. Okay, I can finally eat now. 63 pity. Hey, did our pity finally not move? Oh no, it still moved. I wonder how many you would need to get to finally get to the point where it hasn't moved. Does anyone who's gotten a lot of pity know? At what number did you finally do a Gnomapalooza, but you didn't gain an epic or you didn't gain a pity key for it? You'd have to get pretty deep, because we're still getting one every single time consistently. Alright, where's our 2 Volkey numbers? So I can go update them. Oh, I still never got those 2 warbands, by the way. Even though I have the resources to get them for free. I'm probably just waiting till the Monday video at this point. It was around 80? Oh, we might not even reach that point then. Because realistically, we reach it within the next dozen. But then again, yeah, we're at 63 pity. So yeah, I won't even reach a point where we don't get a vault key for using a Gnomapalooza, or pity key, I should say. Okay, after this one we have 5 left. I should probably ration them. They gotta last the rest of the stream. Gosh, why did it make these things so annoying to open? I just want you to eat them slower. Alright, anyways. We finally hit over 1,000 Valkyries. But not 1,000 found yet. Which are 2 different things. We're at 769. We didn't get as many that time, actually. Though we probably made up for it by getting some epic Valkyries. Of which we got 3? Oh, no wonder why. That's what you want to see. 21 more to go. The final stretch. Alright, let me go restart the game real quick. Just make sure it doesn't do any extra lagging that we don't want it to do. Start it right back up. We got 1,386 vault keys and 165 epic so far. Nice. Yeah, we're going to 100 epic, which should be about a little over 1,000 normal vault keys as well. Which will probably be around 1,100 found. Or 1,200 found or so. Alright, let's keep going. Let's keep it going. Am I blind? Where's Gnomapalooza? They removed Gnomapalooza from the game. What's the most efficient way of nerfing it? Just completely remove it. You have a feeling no other event will ever feel this great again, I know, right? I sure hope they don't find a way to slow down the next one. My biggest concern is they're gonna nerf Ironhawk after what the data they might have gotten this weekend. That would be the biggest issue. Oh, an epic Valkyrie already, nice. That's what we're looking for. We just need 20 more. We're so close. The 20 more can easily take over 2 hours. Probably closer to 3 hours. If we get lucky, it could be lower. The average should be about 8 per hour. Though technically slightly slower because we're doing stuff in between. It's not like we're just doing straight Gnomapalooza for an hour straight. Though we could. And by that, I mean like using 4 scrolls at once. Gosh, they didn't remove Mythic Ingots as a drop from that thing. Every single time it's like, oh, epic vault key in this. No. Not an epic vault key. It's just such a trolly gnome at this point. Because it's the only gnome in the game that isn't Cedric that has a mythic border drop that isn't epic vault key. Because generally when you see the mythic border, it's like, oh, that's an epic vault key. But specifically for Mech Gnome, he has 1 drop that has a mythic border, which is one of the most disappointing drops there is. Not only is it an extremely useless drop, but it looks like a vault key even though it's not. Yeah, rowing isn't much slower, but it's slower. It's like 4 per minute. 4.5 if you really push it. This is easily 6. Which is like a 50% increase difference. Too bad we can't get good tokens from this. I'm pretty sure Orpheus is literally the best drop we could even get. I'm not even sure we can get a Arachnia from a tier 1. I don't think you start getting them till like 4 or 5 or something. So whenever we see an Orpheus, that's theoretically actually the best drop we can get from a level 1 chest. Even though it seems like a bad drop, it actually is slightly less bad. Because there's nothing better on the tier 1. But it looks like we'll be done like an hour past midnight, I think. Seems to be how long we're going for this stream. And then I'll relax a bit and then record the video. Gotta rest my eyes a little bit at some point. Do we know the next power gem will be? Yes, it's some kind of potion effect thingy that will create a bunch of gems onto the board. The exact number we don't know because I feel like it's going to be nerfed compared to the data we know. Because I think it was going to be like 7 to 14 gems, which does not seem anywhere near correct for balance. So we'll see exactly what it does when it releases in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I just realized something though. We don't have an achievement for it yet. Which is kind of odd because it's happening in 3 weeks from now. I guess they're just not going to do an achievement for every single one. But they did one for Uber Doom Skulls and they did one for Lycanthropy, which kind of made you think like, oh, they'll do it for every power gem. But, yeah, unless they get an update in the next 3 weeks. That's big enough to add achievements, which I highly doubt they will be. Like, there'll be mini patches possibly, but, nothing big enough that they would add achievements. Also, we're gonna have a lot of gold to go donate to the guild now. I think we're at like 22 million now or something. 21 million. Imagine double skull damage during delves. That will be very annoying. Luckily, we still have a while until a new delve comes around. Next weekend's invasions. Hey, another epic Valky, nice! I think that's 19 more. So close yet so far. Honestly, our epic Valky number feels like the number of gnomes found on a given normal vault event. Not exactly though. We would have found more gnomes by now. Normal Valky. If anyone has any questions, anyone want me to go over do, let me know. Because we'll be here a while tonight. Also, we don't stream past midnight too often, but we definitely will be a lot this week. definitely will be a lot. There's also a chance once Pokemon Unite comes out that I'm going to be doing like the midday stream. Then we do our Gems of War stream. And then we do Pokemon Unite again until I crash. And then sleep for a couple hours and do it again. Seems very plausible. At least initially upon its launch. Obviously I won't be playing it that much, like weeks, months ahead of time, but, or, you know, in the future. But initially definitely will be. So good evening, Stude! Welcome! Oh, I got some Vault keys next to some gem keys. Now if only we had some Vault keys to go with it. Yeah, we got a lot of farming in this weekend. The loot been insane. And we're not stopping till we had 1,000 Vault keys and 100 epic Vault keys, so we can say we have gotten it. Oh, no, nice, another epic Vault key. Yeah, even with the nerf, it's still really good. Hopefully they don't nerf it further. But that's as far as they're nerfing it. I'm perfectly fine with the changes they made. No, it shouldn't have been so broken to begin with, but oh well, free loot. But if they keep it exactly as it is right now, I'm perfectly fine with that. My concern is they will nerf it even further than that, which is going to cause even more issues if they do. Which honestly, I feel like at this point they'll just keep it as is. To double nerf it would be very devastating. But the first nerf was kind of justified, though. It shouldn't have been like that to begin with. Normal Vault key. I think we found like 3 or 4 epic Vault keys this stash. Average should be around 2. So we're definitely above average right now. What's the difference in drop rates between Vault keys and between gnome events and non-gnome event? A lot, because the chance of finding gnomes is a lot higher during a Vault event, as well as the specific chance for keys. Last I recall, it's a margin of 3, but it sure feels like a bigger margin than 3. Like, it's 3 times more likely during a Vault event. However, I think it might be more than that. Because it sure feels like you get more than a margin of 3 difference when it's a Vault event compared to not. The highest the margin could possibly be is like 5 if it is. But last I recall, it's a margin of 3. Where during a Vault event, it's 3 times more likely to get a Vault key compared to when it's not. Well, I'm not 100% sure in the current state of the game. But last I recall, it's a margin of 3. Which is technically a margin of 9 if you're doing normal farming. What I mean by that is both the chance of finding gnomes as well as the chance of finding Vault keys is 3 times higher, which theoretically is 9 times higher that you would get a Vault key from a given battle. Because your chance of finding a gnome is 3 times higher, but your chance of finding a Vault key from that gnome is also 3 times higher. Which when you're doing Knott's Gnomapalooza is effectively 9 times higher, even though it's 3 times higher. But that shouldn't affect Gnomapalooza, though. Since obviously you have a guaranteed chance of finding 4 every battle. But of course the Vault key chance does definitely affect Gnomapalooza, which is why you'd want to only use Gnomapaloozas during Vault events, and never any other time. Because of the increased Vault key chance. Feels like every other battle is a Vault key. It's pretty insane. Realistically, every 4 battles should be at least 1 Vault key. It's possible we get luckier than that. Oh, another epic Vault key. Speaking about that, please keep giving those. Drown us in epic Vault keys. Oh, nice. You got about as much as us, Tyrant. 933, 72, and 107. That's pretty much where we'll be by the end of the stream. Or at least very close to that. In a couple hours from now. They're so itchy. Oh no, we got the 4 mythic ingot. It shows that nice border, but it's not a nice drop. That is by far the most trolly thing in all of Vault events. Just because of how similar it looks to an Epic Vault Key. And normally I wouldn't be expecting an Epic Vault Key, but when we're doing Gnomapalooza, I kind of do. Just because the rate is actually reasonable. Imagine if the loot for this game was always this good. Like since it started, or even at any point. Like imagine if when gnomes initially came in, this was the drop rate for Vault Keys. And it's been going on for like years. Everything would be so much easier to do within the game. Especially for newer players coming in. Not too bad on newer players though, and this is definitely a way to catch up. Vault events always have been a good way to catch up, but gosh, is that now more so than ever? Oh, another epic vault. Wow, what is this? 15 minutes? It's like 4 or 5 epic vault keys is 15 minutes. I think 5's the most we've ever gotten. And we might have gotten 6 within a 15-minute time frame. That is. What's that mythic ingots? Why? Such a tease. Oh, it's always funny because when we get more epic vault keys, that generally means our normal vault key number is going to be smaller. So obviously that's perfectly fine if that number is smaller. If we're getting more epic vault keys because of it. We'd obviously much rather have the epic ones, which are basically just 3 normal vault keys essentially. 2 or 3 depending on how you look at it. Also, we're probably going to get the next code soon. I said I would do it when we hit 1,000 keys total. Between the 3 numbers. Oh, and that's the end of that. And I believe we're getting pretty close. I'll add them up after this one. What's our pity at right now? Our pity is at 64. Let's go check everything else. Wait, did our pity finally not move? Oh no, it still moved. Where's my thing for it? It went away. Okay. Guess I gotta reopen it. 64. Okay, how many epic vault keys? That's the real question. Wow. 84. That means we found 5. Pretty nice. That's tied at the highest we found and within a time frame, or within a 15-minute time frame. We have yet to find 6 within a 15-minute, but I'll still take another 5. Hey, if we do that every single time for the rest of this hour, we'll hit 100 within this hour. Very doubtful of that, though. And lastly, what on earth is the other number? 1051. Calculator, go. That'll also make adding them up a little bit easier. Minus 255. So 796. That's funny, the number switch. It was 769 and now it's 796. They switched positions. And now, lastly, let's go add them all up. So to this number, we have to add 64 and 84. Plus 64, plus 84. 944, which means in the next 3 Gnomapaloozas, we'll have 1,000. And we'll hand out a code then. And then we'll hand out another one once we hit 100 Epic Vault Keys. Sounds like a game plan. But yeah, we're at 944 total vault-related keys found this weekend. That is still insane. I cannot get over that number still. Those are some beefy numbers. Osball needing a typo break from the grind. Who knew 15 minutes could be such a kill? Let's see. Can you get your own guild title or something to do with sandwiches? You can't rename people though in the guild. Like tier 3 in the guild roster, one below everyone else. Oh, do we have everyone in the guild upgraded? That theoretically means the lowest one would be something like that. I'm not sure, we'll see. We haven't done that for any of them yet. They're all still just the defaults for the one set. We'll see. We shall see. Snack break. Should you hold on to any of the Nomapaloozas or use them all? Hold on to some. You normally want to have, well, you could always farm it when the next one comes around. But, you're always going to want to throw, like, 5 Nomapaloozas at the beginning of every Vault event just to get a lot of pity keys if you don't have a lot of time on a given weekend. And we don't know if they're going to nerf the drop rate of Nomapaloozas for a future week, even further than it is now already. So you probably want to save about 10 if you can, 10 sets if you can. Just in case they nerf the rate of Nomapaloozas again, even further than they are now. Okay, anyways, let's go do it again. Got all the numbers updated. Drink some caffeine. But yeah, it looks like we'll have about 15 Nomapaloozas left over. Which is a perfectly fine amount to have left over. I would say about 10. Like at minimum 5 you'd want to keep. 10's a nice number. 15 plus is a lot. Let's go do another. Oh, excuse me. They should add converting mythic ingots to scrolls and Soulforge. That'd be nice. However, we might get something to use them on. They added legendary ingots to craft that one tower. So who knows, maybe they'll make mythic ingots to craft some other tower. Maybe towers will just require ingots now. And they'll sink all the Spirit Epic legendary and mythic ingots into them. That could be a pretty cool feature. Where like every new tower they add uses a different ingot to sink a bunch of that ingot. It would also give us 6 towers. Yeah, 6 towers. That was right. I was like double checking the amount of rarities, but yeah, 6 is correct. Yeah, that would give us 6 different towers for them to add. If they made every single tower they ever add an ingot sink and add 6 of them. Because currently we have the legendary ingot one, if they're going to do it like that. If we get a second tower and it uses a different ingot, we can kind of assume that might be the case. Where one of the sinks they'll add forward is to be able to craft a bunch of the tower. The only problem with that is it's not really too useful beyond once you have 4 towers. Because then you have it and it's like, okay, well there's no point for the rest of these towers. Hello Erico! Or Eric, welcome. Oh yeah, we're still gonna be around for a while. I think another 2 hours, maybe 3 hours, we'll see. But we're not stopping until we hit 100 epic vault keys. We're ending at a code at 1,000 total keys and 100 epic vault keys. And then maybe we'll open some keys as well at the end of the stream. And then we sleep. Well, actually, no, we don't sleep. I have to record the video. Then I sleep. Do we just got 4 glory gnomes? I can't tell because the loot just moved so quick. Sure looked like it was for a second there. Oh, it was 3 glory gnomes and a jewel. Still pretty good. There's 2 glories. For glory! Gosh, glory gnomes dropping in every battle. It's perfectly fine. I guarantee glory gnome in every battle would be nice. Which Gnomapalooza basically is. Oh, no glory gnomes though. Where'd they go? They're hiding. Really? We just got 2 soul gnomes and 2 normal gnomes, and both the 2 normal gnomes drop souls to go with the soul gnomes. Except a pitiful amount compared to the soul gnomes. What a fail. 4 times soul drop without actually having 4 soul gnomes. It'd be even sadder if we had 4 normal gnomes and it still dropped 4 soul drops. Basically what we had there, 2 of them. 2 of the 4. And the other 2 were just natural soul gnomes that were guaranteed going to drop it unless they did a Valky or Epic Valky. Speaking of Epic Valkies, where are all the Epic Valkies? Didn't find any of this batch yet. Yeah, we did so good on the other batch, they might stop for a little while. That still needs 16 more. You can really see how bad Mech Gnome and Jewel Gnome are when we're doing this event. From how long it can go on for and they still give nothing. Like even the Chaos Shard Gnome, the Daemon Gnome, is actually doesn't seem as bad. Because the quantity of shards you actually get when you're getting this many of them is actually not horrible. But when you see this many drops of Jewel Gnomes in the Mech Gnome, you can really see how horrific their drop tables are. From how many drops you get. And the fact that it still feels like you're getting nothing from them. Whereas at least the Daemon Gnome, one of his drops seem bad. But you get like 100 of his drops and you look at the number and it's like, oh, that's not too bad. In combination. It's still not as good as some of them, but when accumulated it doesn't seem as bad compared to the other ones. Of course, now that I say that, they're appearing in every battle. Good, some good gnomes for once. Soul gnomes technically aren't bad. If nothing else, we never need to soul farm another day in our life. Which is good. Soul farming is very tedious. The meta for soul farming is not that fun. It never really has been. Luckily there's other ways of doing it now. Epic Valky, nice. Oh, if that was the only one, 15 more to go. The final stretch. Your AirPod just died. Oh no! I'll catch you later, Rogue. Have a good time. Yeah, we're probably going for about another 2 hours or so. We'll see. Till it's done. However long it takes, RNG will decide. Also, how is someone still doing fireworks? It's almost midnight and someone's still firing fireworks. They can't still be left over from 4th of July. Oh, it's technically possible to be. Gosh, this music track is like stuck in my head. Hey, 4 times glory gnome. Every drop is good on them. Oh, they gave us straight glory. That's still good. Yeah, true. It could have been all the fireworks places selling out excess. So there's a lot of firework places by me. Yeah, I guess quite a few of them would have excess and have sales afterwards. Because there's probably not like a big holiday until, like, what? When's the next time we would need fireworks? Maybe Thanksgiving? Though Thanksgiving is a bit of a weird one to do it for. Halloween, if you're doing something special for it? But that's not really that common. I don't know, people find reasons to do fireworks for pretty much any reason. Yeah, New Year's Eve is definitely a really big holiday for it. 4th of July and New Year's Eve are definitely the 2 biggest holidays for it. Who's the 4th? Something Bone, something? It's a drummer. It's something with the word bone in it. Bone Crusher? I'm not sure. But it's a drummer with the word bone in his name. I forget his full name. Bone Beater or something. Something Bone Beater. Bone Beater? I'm not sure. Come on, Epic Volky? No. I haven't any normal Volkies. I'm getting gypped. Yeah, people earlier were saying that the new 4 gnomes are already in the drop table on PC. Has anyone checked to see if they're in Glory or Gem Keys yet, though? Maybe we should open some to see. I think we have like infinite and a half Glory keys. It wouldn't hurt to throw down a couple thousand. This event reminds me when the game used to give infinite gems and then no one cared if they wasted their gems. Now the game is giving infinite everything. Except some resources more so than others, like Glory. Oh, it's definitely not in Glory. You checked a bunch. Okay, it's not in any drop table then. They actually rolled it out correctly. Well, you did 1,000,000 Glory. Oh gosh. Though, is 1,000,000 a lot anymore? That's like 1 weekend's worth of Glory now. It was already possible to hit like 2,000 to 3,000 per hour when the Vault event was normal. I wouldn't be surprised if it's now measured in hundreds of thousands per hour, or even just 800,000 per hour. Well, instead of thousands, it's probably measured in hundreds of thousands per hour. Assuming you can do Nomapalooza the whole time. Where the range is now 100 to 300,000 instead of 1,000 to 3,000. Just added a couple zeros at the end. Like this battle right here, we're gonna average like 1,000 glory for this battle. We got 1,200. Because the glory gnome drop table is 200, 500,000. So each one is like an average of 600 something. And that's per every single gnome you ever kill. That's a glory gnome. Oh, we got a Volkey from it. I was like, where's our glory drop? Nope, Volkey instead. This is also fine. Do you guys remember when there was a glitch where 700 from that one? But do you guys remember when there was a glitch where you could re-roll in PvP what gnome you had? Which it might have been done anyways, but I think it was mostly done in PvP. But you could basically re-roll what your gnome was, and everyone would use it to re-roll into glory gnome. Well, yeah, that's kind of irrelevant. They made a really big deal out of that glitch. And now you can do it like every minute. Not even every minute, like more than that. Like every 30 seconds. Oh yeah, hello Verva! Yeah, we're still online. We're probably going for another hour, 2 hours. Probably 2 hours. We're not stopping till we hit 100 epic vault keys. And we're handing out a code once we hit 1,000. Oh no, the stream looks like it's lagging. Stop lagging, stream. Stop it! Hopefully we'll be back in a second. Oh, you only got a Suna from opening those glory keys, that hurts. Yeah, Suna's pretty bad. Also, is the stream still lagging anyway? On my end, it's actually frozen. I'm not sure if it's actually going through. It could just be the slow computer that I'm watching it through. Because we're playing on the stronger one, of course. I'm gonna go click refresh just to make sure. Volkey. Laggy screen. Oh no, it's not lagging anymore. Okay, it's not. Okay. Computer was just being weird. Oh no, it's the end of our Gnomepalooza. To the next one! Also, I'm not going to add it up yet. Because I know we haven't hit 1,000 yet, but after this one we should. So I'll add up the numbers after we do this next vault. Let's go do it again. Before I do it, let me just restart real quick. It does look like it was lagging a little bit there. And if in doubt, restarts. Okay, I only have 2 Rolos left. I need to pick up more at some point. I forgot how good Rolos are. After not having them for multiple years. They are pretty good. Carmel just dangling from it. They are still doing fireworks, by the way. The person I mentioned like 10 minutes ago, they have not stopped yet. So it's not like a constant stream though, it's just like a few bangs out of nowhere. Also, it's time to eat the very last Rolo. Poor thing. Gotta eat it nice and slowly. Okay, I definitely need to go pick up more. No, I'm not sure when I'm gonna have the time. I guess tomorrow might be the only day I might have time. And even then I might not have time. Because we're gonna be streaming a lot this week. And apparently we're starting off strong by streaming a lot of Gems of War as well. Anyways, let's go do a Vault event. Or a Gnomepalooza, I mean. Where are they? Let's keep going. It's not over till we have all the loots. Until we have so much loot that we don't even know what to do with it. So I think we've been at that point for a lot of resources for a while though. Now even more of them are at that point. Like, realistically, I'm not even sure how we open all of our vault keys we have right now. It would take like a whole entire day, like legitimately, of just opening, just to use our vault keys. Because let's say you could do 2 per minute. Which it might be slightly slower than that. I'm not even sure what the optimal rate is these days. But let's say we could do two vault keys per minute. After looking at the loot and everything. Might be slower than that because we'd look at the loot and everything. But let's say 2 per minute. That means it would be, I feel like it'd be close to 1 per minute, but let's just say 2 per minute. That would be 500. Let's say we have 1,000 keys. So that is 500 minutes. 500 minutes is 8 hours, right? Pretty much 8 hours. A little over 8 hours. So that means it would take around 8 to 16 hours to use all the keys. To use 1,000 vault keys. It would take 8 to 16 hours. It's basically a day-long stream of just opening vault keys. Is how long it would take to open 1,000 vault keys. So, next stream. No, just kidding. That would be a great title for a stream, though. Opening 1,000 vault keys. I did that somewhat at the beginning of the game where we opened, I think it was 5,000 iron keys. And iron keys open about as slowly as a vault key does now. Though a little bit quicker than that. Because I think it took like 10 hours to open them all. But they also had like the triple drop system. Though then again, a vault key technically gives you 4 drops. Should you open vault keys during the events? But the new gnomes are already in drop table. But you can open them pretty much whenever. Now, later. I would personally say later because you could be farming the vault event now instead of opening them. It's technically bad value to open vault keys during vault events. Not because their loot is any different, but because you could be opening, you could be finding more vault keys instead. Because every moment opening a vault key during a vault event is a moment you're not farming more vault keys. And their drop table is the exact same when it is and is not a vault event. Oh yeah, we did an entire stream of just converting glory into event keys. I should have went even further. I think we converted like 800,000 or almost 1 million. I should have converted like literally every last glory we had. We didn't know for sure if they were doing that as a way to sync everyone's glory though, so I ended up keeping a decent amount. Because we didn't know if they were deliberately trying to sync everyone's glory by mentioning ahead of time. But nope, apparently we should have just went all in. We could have like 20,000 glory keys, right? I mean event keys right now if we did. I think right now we only have like a little over 9,000. Only. Still a very big number. Actually, after this, I think we're almost at 10,000. I know we're for sure we're over 9,000 right now. Well, I might have actually hit over 10,000 because normal gnome has event key drop. Not that big vault key, that's what we're looking for. So when we do the numbers next, it's for 2 Nomopaloozas, not 1. Well, so thank you everyone who's still been hanging out for us tonight. Hope the grind has been going well for you guys as well. For the last several hours. Still, if you want to farm it, there's still 4.5 hours left. That's a lot of loot. 4.5 hours. Especially with the changes they made. We're not going that entire time, though. Once we hit 100 epic vault keys, we're done. We're done. This music will be stuck in my head all week, by the way. The Nomapalooza music. Come on, epic Volkies! Nope, not normal Volky, still good. Still what we're looking for. Hello, Joyful! Welcome! Hey, another Volky. Hope all has been well. Ah, I'm against some couple bad drops there. Absolutely nothing's giving us anything juicy. Some of the gnomes have to give us not good drops, so that the other gnomes can give us good drops. I wonder how many gnomes we killed during this event. There's a way to add it up, though I forget the formula for it. The number is very big. I forget what formula you have to put it into, but there's a formula that works for it. Though, couldn't you just do the mid-range and just multiply it by your total? I think we could. So if we took half of whatever we end at and then just multiply that by how many pity we have, that should be the number. Which is probably the easier way of doing it. Though there is some formula you can plug it into that would make it go automatically. That's the lazy way of doing it, and I like that way. It would still give the same number regardless. If you just take the mid-range number, like if we take half of what our current pity number is, or if we take the number of gnomes we need at our current pity, divide that by 2, and then multiply it by how much pity we've gotten, that should be the same number. And if it is off, it's off by like 5 or 10 or something. Which is pretty much nothing. There's a different formula that can do it, though. But that seems like the very easy way to do it. No need to make it more complicated than it needs to be. There's 2 ways to get to the same solution. Yeah, the number must be absurdly high. Like, we're talking like almost tens of thousands. It's definitely thousands, that's for sure. All the gnomes have been slaughtered in the name of loot. What's a good fast team to cash in your vault keys? Phoenicia, Rogue Spider team. I think Phoenicia might be the quickest though. Any kind of like really quick skull spam team. Like whatever you run for Explore 12 would also run for quick kill gnomes. But I believe Phoenicia might be the quickest. I think you have to double cast Phoenicia though, but it's still pretty quick. It's like running a tier 7 or tier 8 pet battle. Like it's not as quick as the other ones, but it still gets it done pretty quick. We've killed at least 10,000. Wow. That is a lot of gnomes that have died in the name of loot. I wish they had data on... they probably do, though I'm pretty sure they won't share it. I'm curious, over the last 4 days, how many gnomes have died? I'm very curious as to what that number is. I want like a little infographic with how many Volkeys have been found, how many epic Volkeys have been found, and how many gnomes have died. They're not going to do that though. Especially because it would show how much loot was added to the game. But I really wish they would do one that at least told how many gnomes died in the last 4 days. Because if we just hit over 10,000 just ourselves, that number has to be billions across the entire game. Like, not millions, billions. You sure it's fireworks and not bullets from a local gang war? No. If it was to be something like that, it would be a lot more quicker shooting, and then it would stop, and then it would pick up and then stop, and then just completely stop. Like, it was pretty consistently going. This also sounds a lot different than gunshots. But yeah, there are a couple gangs in the area. The noose tries to hide it very well because this is a very tourist-heavy area. So they kind of just try to ignore anything like that ever in the news. Oh, an epic volcano, nice. Because the whole economy of this area is based on tourism. But yeah, there's a lot of drugs in this area. I know when I used to ride the bus in high school, like people would literally just sell it on the bus. Though of course I don't do anything like that. I don't drink nor any drugs. Like literally kids just selling it on the bus. Like it's everywhere around here. Yeah, Volky, nice. When we hit 65 pity, it'll be 10,725. Thank you. Nice, so we have hit over 10,000. Over 10,000 gnomes have died in the making of these streams. Over the course of this weekend. We should maybe add that to the title. I don't think it fits. It has a character limit. I'm already exceeded it pretty much. I couldn't even say weekly spoilers. I just had to say spoilers because weekly spoilers wouldn't fit. Also, it's almost midnight. Oh, I still got an hour and a little bit. Which I wonder if we'll hit it before midnight. I feel like we'll be a bit short. Probably gotta go a little beyond midnight. Unless we get really lucky. We'll find out when we do this current number. If we're at like 90 now, then we probably will hit it by midnight. Though I'm pretty sure we're not at 90 right now. I think we're at like 85 or 86. Oh, 4 times glory drop. That's what you want to see if it's not Volkeys. They're still the best drop of any gnome in the game. The glory gnome. Not counting Volkeys or epic Volkeys. And technically pet gnome, but pet gnome cannot be found in Explorer. They're only in PvP and arena, and no one's doing arena. So they're only in PvP realistically. You had 200,000 trophies this week? What? What is pity? Whenever you kill a certain amount of gnomes during a vault event, you get a guarantee vault key. These are generally referred to as pity vault keys. It's one of the only pity systems in the game, where the game kind of just gives you something for doing something else. Which is why they're generally called pity keys, because there's almost 0 pity systems in this game aside from that. But basically, whenever you kill X amount of gnomes, it automatically gives you a guarantee vault key. It goes 5, then 10, and 15, and keeps going up. They're just vault keys, but they're called pity keys because you get them for free by killing X amount of gnomes, and you don't need to worry about RNG. And we've gotten 66 of them. Alright, let's go update our numbers. Okay, let's see. So we got 66 pity, which are just 66 vault keys, basically, specifically from that method. Okay, so let's go add our other numbers then. Also, this is 2 batches, not 1 batch, if you're wondering why it's jumping so high. Because I didn't add them for the previous batch yet. 97 epic vault keys, which means we found 87, which means we've moved up by 3. So we still got to find another 13. Also, I wonder if we've hit 1,000 total keys. If we did, we'll hand out a code. Let's see. What's that number minus that number? 1,091 minus 255, which is how much we started with. 836. Okay, let's go add up these numbers. Are they higher than... I think it's not. I think we still have to do one more. Plus 87. Plus... Oh, it's so short. No, so close. We're at 989. Okay, one more Pneumapalooza and we'll have over 1,000. So after our next Pneumapalooza, we'll hand out a code. And then we'll keep going and hand out another code at 100 epic vault keys. Sounds like a plan. Alright, let's go do another one. And then after that next one, we'll hand out a code. And then we'll keep going till we hit 100 epic vault keys, of which we need 13 more. This is the game plan. Alright, let's keep going. Pneumapalooza. Let's go activate it. Oh yeah, we're getting close to not getting a pity soon. Gosh, 335 gnomes. That's like an entire weekend's worth of gnomes in the pass. Pretty much. And now we get it within 15 minutes. Alright, let's keep going. We still have like 20-something Pneumapaloozas left, so we're not going to be using all of them. We're probably using about another... Well, realistically, if we average 2 per thing, we'd be using about 6 or 7 more, depending on RNG. Which means by the end of this, we will have about 15 spares. 14, 15, depends how it runs. We'll definitely have at least a dozen. Probably even at least a baker's dozen. If we get lucky, we should have 15 left. Even 16 if we get super lucky. Though 15 is probably the realistic luckiness we'd get. Otherwise, it'll be even lower. Alright, let's keep going. Another Pneumapalooza! What would we ever do without you? How did we survive for 7 years without a Pneumapalooza in the game? With all that loot. You've been playing straight since Thursday? Oh gosh. That's a lot. You just got a Volkey while hunting for yellow versus, nice. Yeah, we didn't really get to do much outside of it. We'll be doing that a lot more during next Vault event, because obviously we will not be able to actually use Pneumapalooza's next Vault events. So we're going to be getting a lot more normal grinding next Vault event. But we're still going to have plenty of Pneumapaloozas. We might break it up where we do Friday and Saturday grinding, and then Sunday night we use all of our Pneumapaloozas. We'll see. The only problem with that is that might be too many Pneumapaloozas to use on a Sunday. Otherwise that stream is going to be as long as this stream. So maybe we'll spread it as we get them, we'll see. I'm not sure how I'm breaking it down for future Vault events. Maybe we'll start with a bunch of Pneumapaloozas for fun at the start, and then do the normal grinding. But then it'll make the normal grinding feel very disappointing. Because we've already gotten all the pity out of the way. Meaning if we're not getting those verses, it seems like we're doing nothing. So it might be a good idea to start initially grinding verses. Then at the end of the stream, do all the verses we found plus some spares. And kind of spread it that way. If we go dry on verses, it's going to feel very disappointing next Vault event. Oh, double epic Vault key, my first one. Now, if only we could get a quad epic Vault key. Has anyone gotten a triple or quad yet? I was able to see a triple verse gnome when we had the non-nerfed rate. Never saw a quad, though. But that's my first epic Valky. Or my first double epic Valky. Has anyone gotten a triple or quad yet for epic Valky? It's possible, though. It's exceedingly unlikely. I don't even think I've gotten a triple or quad Valky yet. Or, you know, normal Valky, let alone an epic one. Oh, he just hit a double. Pretty epic. Which is pretty much this whole 15 minutes worth of epic Valkys already. It knows we're hunting for them. The guild member had a quad Valky, nice, but it wasn't epic. Still good. Yeah, I haven't seen a triple or a quad for either. Actually, we might have gotten a triple Valky at some point, though we definitely didn't get a quad. If we did get a triple Valky, I didn't notice it. But statistically, we should have gotten at least one somewhere. We'll be at 11,730 or more gnome kills. Nice. Oh no, he lived. Whatever shall we do? There's no kill option. Also, this is why I have the Dust Devil higher up on the team, so this doesn't take as long, though it's still taking forever. There we go. I wouldn't even get to use the speed of Dust Devil being up there either. I guess we got an Orpheus from the thing. Oh, not what I wanted. Please, go. Thank you. 4 still nice. I only had 10 before this weekend even started, so any amount still helps. Especially for people who didn't have the achievement. I didn't check to see what the percent was at the beginning of this weekend. I really should have. It probably spiked up by multiple percents. The amount of people who have used their first epic Valky this weekend. Because basically anyone who's playing this weekend, if they did not priorly have an epic Valky, they do now. They definitely do now. That is for sure. Like, there's no reason to complain about it being too luck-based now. It just drowns you in epic Valky relative to what was available. Because that was one big complaint with the achievement, was like it was too luck-based. But now, yeah, just play one Vault event and you got it pretty much. Because it was one of the more luck-based achievements. Now, not so much. Still theoretically luck-based, though. Kind of, not really. At least after those changes, anyways. Yeah, we need like we need a metal gnome, we need a deed gnome, and we need a fort scroll gnome. Can we get those next? Particularly the deed and metal gnome. That'd be really insane. Even if they only drop tokens for the metal gnome and writs for the deed gnome, that'd still be good. I'm pretty sure they'd have a small chance for the bigger stuff. Like a 0.1% chance of giving a full Nisha medal. Yeah, I was joking about it on the forum, I think. Or was I just joking on stream? I can't remember. But, that we need, a gnome for all the resources that are, not giving enough in the game. And then the whole economy of the game would be fixed. We just need a metal gnome, a deed gnome, a forward scroll gnome. And I think that's all the main ones that are really ridiculous to get in the current state of the game. And there we go, boom. Now everything is accessible. Oh, and a Warcoin gnome. The Warcoin gnome would fall off pretty quick. Because Warcoins would become as useless as, ingots after a while. Because your exchange rate exchanges almost entirely into tokens. Which is obviously very bad. I mean, not tokens. That would be good if it was tokens. I mean, they exchange almost entirely into trade stones. Because once you buy the initial set, the main thing that you're getting from those drops, if you keep doing the 15 thing, which you should never be doing in the current state of the game. But if you had like infinite of them, obviously you would. But the main loot that they give is trade stones. And obviously that wouldn't be too good since trade stones are kind of useless. A Doom gnome? They would never do that. Fort Scroll gnome I could see them maybe doing, which are the Doom Scroll thingies. The actual Doom troops are never going to be like that. They're only ever going to be from Doom for sure. An Orb gnome? There kind of already is an Orb gnome to a sense. It's just Cedric. Just open a vault key and you found an Orb gnome. I don't think they'll ever add an Orb gnome because of that. Cedric basically is an Orb gnome already. It's not guaranteed, but his drop table is so high for orbs that he's basically an Orb gnome. It's like a 1 in 3 chance you get one of the 2 orbs. Replace a trade stone with 1 or 5 war coins. We need an epic and ultra rare treasure hunts. Yeah, treasure hunt got extremely nerfed this patch by having nothing be done to it. Same as arena. Because vault events got buffed, which means normal battles also got buffed because of the new gnomes. So now the value of doing vaults and doing treasure hunt and arena has gone down even further. Not because they were nerfed or anything, but because other places have become way more valuable. Also, don't give me triple mech gnome. What is that? That better be triple Volky. Nope, just a fake mythic ingot drop. Or, mythic border drop. Real mythic ingots. Fake mythic border. That is not a mythic loot. It is the most disappointing loot there is. With a mythic border around it for whatever reason. Yeah, treasure hunt really needs to give writs. That would fix treasure hunt so much if you could get deeds in it. And maybe even medals. Like, imagine if you got a token every 15 along with the trait stone. Because that trait stone drop didn't used to always be in treasure hunt. It was added because there was no way to get treasure, trait stones in treasure hunt. So they were like, oh, let's just add some. But if they did the same thing for tokens, imagine if you got how much more incentive there would be if every 15 turns you did in treasure hunt, you got a random token. That could be up to Nisha. Like, that would make, that alone, with no other change, would already make the incentive quite a bit higher. But then if they also added writs and something else, and rebalanced the rest of it to be a little higher, treasure hunt would actually be viable. Ow, 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 I just stubbed my toe! The smallest one. Trying to reposition. I need that toe. That's my foot resting toe. Why don't I use Sister Superior? I like the little bit extra gold, so we can donate to the guilds. But yeah, this is slightly slower, but it gives more gold. Because we hit max gold every single battle. I forget the exact rate, but I believe it comes out to almost 300,000 more gold per hour. There is it's not really an aspect you really think of with this. However, one byproduct of doing a Nomapalooza is you actually get double the gold per battle. So there's technically even more incentive to be using it, even though it is ever so slightly slower. I believe per set it's 5 battles slower. Which I guess per hour is about 20 less battles, but you get about 300,000 more gold or so. Which is pretty much just a trade-off of it. Yeah, Greed does one explode at the start. Oh, why are you not doing that? Also, it doesn't waste as much time as it may seem, because the explode does occur, assuming it doesn't like ultra cascade, it does occur while the traits are initializing for the enemy team, which makes it waste slightly less time. Because if you put it in first slot, it triggers its explosion right at the beginning, while the enemy and the rest of your team is still triggering their traits. So there's less downtime if you have them in your very first slot while doing this. Because Sister Superior doesn't waste 0 time. She has Bless, which obviously wastes way less time than Explosion. But it still has more, not more than Greed, but it still has more than a troop that had 0 amounts of starting delay. Though it's way less delay than Greed, obviously. But every trait that triggers something at start of battle has delay. But any board control delay has the biggest delay, which is what it, Greed has. But you're trading it for gold. Oh, that's the end of that patch. Okay, let's go hand it a code. I said I'd do it at 1,000 keys, and we are definitely at 1,000 keys. Let's see. Where is the thing? One moment, trying to get the code. I'll grab that. Can you still find the rock band? Yes, you can still find all of the gnomes outside of the Gnomapalooza. Their drop rates outside of Gnomapalooza hasn't been nerfed, and their drop rates within Gnomapalooza, while nerfed very heavily, they still exist. But realistically, it takes like 6 Gnomapaloozas to find even one of the band members. Whereas before, you used to be able to get full sets. I have found as many as 2 post-nerf, though. I think like 2 or 3 times we found 2 within a 15-minute period. Though never enough to consistently infinite, that's for sure. You did this all weekend, I know, right? Let's see. But there you go. There's the redeem code used on gemsworld.com underneath the game code section. Your invite code can be found in your settings menu. Whatever game says right over there is what we put in for your invite code. Redeem code's right over there in chat, and just copy paste the random numbers and letters. Or invite code over there. Redeem code's over there in chat. Started with NK. And give same reward as always. 2 treasure maps, 1 gem key, 200 souls, and 2,500 gold. Whatever I didn't say. You know what it is. It's right there. Anyways, let's go update our numbers. And that's for hitting 1,000. Hey, we're almost at 100 epic vault keys, though that's not the 100 I'm referring to. When I said 100 epic vault keys, I'm referring to that number minus 10. Okay, let's see. I need to take that number and minus the other number. 1103 minus 255. We're at 848. Oh, we have officially hit over 1,000 Volkeys this weekend between everything. Now to go hit 100 Epic Volkeys, which means 110 Epic Volkeys here. And then we've hit 100 Epic Volkeys once we hit that. And that would be 100 Epic Volkeys in one weekend. So we can say we've gotten 1,000 Volkeys in one weekend and 100 Epic Volkeys in one weekend. There we go. Alright, let's go restart real quick. Just make sure any lag is unlagged. In case it wants to lag on us. And then we'll go back. Yep, and we'll have one more code. And that'll be pretty much at the end of the stream when we hit 100 Epic Volkeys. That's the plan. And definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps out a lot and is greatly appreciated. I will be streaming every night this week around 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Though do keep in mind some streams might be slightly off because we'll be doing a lot of Pokemon Unite. And I'm not sure if it's going to carry over if we're still in a match. So luckily the games in that game only take 5 or 10 minutes. And they're pretty consistently 5 or 10 minutes. So once you get in, you kind of know how long you're going to be going for. Though we might still want to grind a bit more, we'll see. Especially if there's a daily we need to finish. So I don't feel like dailies would take that long in that game. But you never know. Anyways, let's go do another Nomapalooza. Still got to keep going till we hit 89. Which realistically means 6 more Nomapaloozas unless we get lucky. In which case it'll be 5 more Nomapaloozas. Which is about an hour and a half more Nomapaloozas. Which will put us towards like 1 a.m. Let's do it! Also, we might finally not get pity. We're really close to not getting pity soon. Alright, let's go and start it up. Do it again. Keep going. Hopefully we can get it within 5. Don't be exactly at 15. That would work out perfectly. Let's grind it out. To the grinds. I'll put the stream at about 4.5 hours total then. I have no problem for the code, everyone. We'll have one more when we hit 100 Epic Volkeys. We're at 89 right now. If we got lucky, we could do that in an hour. That depends if the gnomes want to cooperate or not. It could take as high as 2 hours if we're unlucky. But yeah, Eric, the explosion is off of his trait. I would show it, but there's no good time where we don't waste time by showing it. But yeah, he explodes like a green at start or something. I think it's green. No, it's a brown gem. You can see the side of it right there. But it explodes a brown gem. You can see half the text. It explodes a brown gem at the start of battle. It's yet another one of those troops where if you could not trait one of its traits, it would actually be good. However, there's no way to skip it. But if he could somehow not have his second traits, he would actually be stronger, not weaker. We could always petition for them to try to remove it. But then there's other teams where having that explosion is actually stronger. For example, Skeleton Key team. That explosion is actually stronger, not weaker. Or any of the gold insta-kill teams. Because it gets a little bit of mana right at the start. Which is very beneficial for those teams. Like Skeleton Key or the other thing that does damage based on gold. Yeah, the resources in redeem code seem kind of lower now, don't they? Even those epic Valky codes the devs have handed out a few times, which seemed like absolutely insane. And now, in the current state of the game, it's like, it's just another loot day. Like, that's like 15 minutes of farming now. Not even. But yeah, they handed out an epic Valky code 2 or 3 times now. I think they might have done it 3 times. Over the last, like, month or 2. As well as total. Yeah, we're still here, Barbara. We're here for about another hour and a half. If you want to chill with us for the last 3 hours of the Vault event. Well, 3.5. I'm not farming the whole time, but we're going for about another hour and a half or so. We're not stopping till we hit 100 epic Vault keys. We're at 89 right now. Well, theoretically, in one more, we technically have 100, but I want 100 found this weekend, not 100 total. Because we already had 10 prior to this weekend. Ah, the Mythicking gets pretending to be epic Valky. Hate that so much. Especially when we're like trying to find epic Valky specifically. They usually look pretty much the same. Well, border-wise they are the same, just with a different resource in the middle. And a different word for the thing. Actually, does it even have the word underneath it? That's pretty obvious what it is just by looking at it. Oh, yeah, it does have the word underneath it. The icon's enough to know what it is, obviously. I don't think we hit a single epic Valky this 15 yet. They're going dry on us. So far, I think we've only had one 15-minute where we got 0 epic Valkyries. And it was the very first one we did the streamer very early on. And not been the very, very first one. It was one of the earlier ones. Ah, Mythic Ingots again? That's by far the worst drop. Just because it looks so much like a good drop, yet it's tied with the worst drop of any gnome. But the worst part about it is that it actually looks like something good. And then it's not. Like that. It's so common, too. Did we just get it again? We just get it 3 times in a row. Luckily we can't get it this time. There is no mech gnome. Oh, gotta actually click. Double Valky. Not exactly what we're looking for, but can't really complain with that kind of loot. Still good. Valky seem like nothing now. Like they're as common as gem keys. Which is perfectly fine. What's kind of funny is I'm almost overflowing our mailbox. The mail can only hold 100 messages. And we're at 67 just off of pity. Which means theoretically, if we didn't claim 100 pity and went to 101, it would actually delete one of our keys. We would never go that high though. There's no way we're streaming to 100 pity. Actually, there's not even enough time to stream to 100 pity. Realistically, I don't feel like you would ever want to go too much beyond 50 pity. Because the diminishing return is so high beyond that. Because that's around the point where you stop getting like 2 pity per Nomapalooza. Up, double Volky. Oh, getting close to that level again. We gained like 2 or 3 levels this stream. At least our goal of hitting 1,700 this year was made a bit easier with this event. That is for sure. We still got a little ways to go though. Because at the end of today, we'll only probably be gaining that as our last level then. So we're going to be level 1,659. We still got to get 41 more levels before the end of the year. Ideally. Luckily this team farms the XP quicker than any team in the game. As long as they don't nerf this. Should be very manageable. And that means in 3.5 years from now we should be level 2,000. Unless they had a better way of gaining XP. Lately our goal the last several years have been gaining 100 levels each year. Hey, an epic Volky, nice. But that keeps getting harder and harder to do because the amount of time it takes to get each further 100 levels is longer. Though it's theoretically possible for us to get all the way to 2,000 by the end of this year if we just power grinded. It would take a lot of time. But I believe if we played for like 5 hours every day for the rest of this year, we'd hit level 2,000. And by play, I mean do this exact team for 5 hours straight every day. Which obviously we will not be doing. Kind of goes without saying. Well, someone out there probably did. Anyone who's level 2,000 plus at some point probably did. Or at least some similar team. Oh, there's not too many level 2,000 pluses. I'm not sure what the exact number is in the current state of the game. But I want to say it's under 100. It's definitely under 1,000. But there are people with over level 2,000. I've been for quite some time, for like 2 years now or so. Because 2,000 is theoretically max level. It's not actually max level, but there's a level 2,600 on PS4. Oh gosh, wow. But technically, level 2,000 is max level because that's when you stop gaining any stats for level ups. I think there's literally none after, or it's once every 1,000. And I think there is literally 0 people at level 3,000 currently. Which means 2,000 is technically max stats. And even if someone does eventually reach 3,000, 2,000 is still basically max stats. Because the person at 3,000, if 3,000 even gives a stat, is only 1 additional stat. So 2,000 is basically max level. Even though it still keeps going up. Because that's when you basically have max stats. Or at least realistically, what is considered max stats for your hero. Oh good, the mythic was on a low rarity one. Always annoying when it's on Soul Gnome. Because then we can't one-shot it. Come on, we still need like 10 more epic Volkies. Where are you? We definitely found at least 1. Maybe more if I forgot about them. I've only seen 1 so far. In this current batch. so close to that level too. If we're really close by the end of this Gnomapalooza, we might just grind it without doing a Gnomapalooza. Just so we don't waste the level up time. Depends how close we are. If we still seem to be a decent chunk away, we'll just go and start up another. Just deal with the time loss. Not that long, it's like 1 or 2 battles of time loss for a level up. Yeah, there's still 3.5 hours left if anyone wants to get the grind on. Still plenty of time. There's a lot of loot you can gain in that time. That is for sure. I'm grinding the next hour, hour and a half. Then we're finally calling it quits. But it is possible to do it for another 3.5 hours. Technically 3 hours 35 minutes. Or sorry, yeah, 3 hours 35 minutes. All the way till reset. We finish at 874 vault keys and 70 epic vault keys. Nice. Wait, how close are we to our level? I'm just gonna start Gnomapalooza. That's too much to grind. It's gonna take like 10 minutes to get that much XP anyways. Hey, we finally didn't get a pity! Okay, first time ever, we hit 0 pity. By 7. We were only 7 off. But we finally hit a 0 pity. It only took us till 67. And then now we're probably going to get like double next one. Because we're so close to the edge. Possibly. Well, then again, probably not if we didn't get it in the entirety of that one. But anyways, let's go update our numbers. Uh, 100 on the dot, which means we found 90. Which is not actually, oops, I just changed the opacity. That's not what I wanted. Let's see, 90. And, numbers. I'm starting to feel that tiredness. Still got a little ways to go to 869. So how close are we to having 1,000 total just normal vault keys? So if I add pity to that, that means we found 936 normal vault keys. Which means, yeah, we'll hit about 1,000 normal vault keys at around the same time we hit 100 epic. Because if we get 2 on average for the next 5 Gnomapaloozas to finish it off, that will also be at least 1,000 total vault keys. Which means we would indeed have found 1,000 vault keys plus and 100 epic vault keys, and hopefully slightly higher if we get super lucky on the last one. Alright, let's keep going. Still got at least 5 to do, possibly 6 or 7 depending on luck or lack thereof. Let's keep going. Okay, start again. Keep going. Oh yeah, no problem for the code. We'll have one more as well. As soon as we hit 100 epic vault keys, we'll hand out the final code. And then call it a night, or at least until we need to go record the video anyways. I'm just going to stay up to record the video at this point. We're pretty much already there. Since we could start recording at 3. Set up the teams beforehand and set up the last few things, and we can hopefully have it up by 6 a.m. And then I can sleep. And then when I wake up, it might be Fall Guys Season 5. We'll see. I'm still not sure if it's coming out tomorrow or the following day. It's definitely within one of those 2 days. The conflicting times has me confused. Also, if Fall Guys Season 5 doesn't happen tomorrow, I'll probably cover the Mythic during the day. Oh, we already found 1 epic vault key. Nice. Now I just need 9 more. But if Fall Guys Season 5 doesn't start tomorrow, I'm probably going to grind out a little bit of the pass off stream so we can get the Mythic, and then I will do the Mythic video during the day. We'll still be going over the Mythic at night regardless, though. Otherwise, we'll just do it at night and then cover the video on either Monday night or Tuesday morning. Because the new Mythic comes out tomorrow in like 4 hours from now. It requires the bigger pass, though. You get it off the normal pass next week's Monday. Not tomorrow, Monday. If you're playing free-to-play, you get it, like, months from now. Whenever it's in Soul Forge or Event Key drop table again. So do keep in mind, the McGrim's Wood event in 2 weeks from now, or 1 week and 1 day, is not going to have the new Mythic and drop table. Not until the McGrim Woods event after McGrim's Wood event will it have it as a drop table. So do be wary of that. Yeah, whenever a season has a event like that, the new season pass Mythic is never in drop table. It's always the event after that it does get added. And also the boss troop will never be in drop table, obviously. That's only Soul Forge only. Come on, Epic Volkeys! We're so close! Oh, Glory Gnomes, those are still good. Though, of course, if we're gonna get an Epic Volkey or Volkey drop, it's probably gonna be off the Glory Gnome! I was just about to say that! Because its drop table is already amazing. And then it's gonna almost make it worse by giving us a Volkey. There actually are instances where 1,000 Glory is better than a Volkey. There's also instances where a Volkey is better than 1,000 Glory. But it's one of the few loots where, the drop could theoretically be considered better than a Volkey, even though its gem value is less than a Volkey. What do I know about the new boss? It should have a double convert, I believe. Similar to the non-boss version. I forget exactly what the double convert was, though. Also, there was a weird double version of it, too, so I'm not sure exactly what's happening. Because there was actually 2 boss troops that both kind of look the same, but they're inverted. So I'm not sure exactly what's happening when we do get a boss troop next week. And by next week, I mean next week's week. Like, not tomorrow next week, but next week. If that makes any sense. 2 events from now. It's always confusing when it's like a couple hours from a reset week. Because when I say a week, I normally mean like 1 week in time. But a week can also mean the reset week of in a few hours. But next week. Almost at a level. I kind of knew we were going to get that level in this set, though. Not too big a deal. It happens rare enough that the time loss is okay. If we had a lot less Gnomapaloozas, it would matter a lot more. But given the quantity we have, wasting a little bit of time on one's not too huge a deal. Ah, the Mythic Ingots, no. The worst drop, because it looks like a good drop. While being simultaneously tied as the worst. I got some diamonds. I'm pretty sure, we haven't been keeping track, but I'm pretty sure we've gotten more diamonds from the 2 and 5 diamond drop off of normal gnome than we have off of Jewel gnome. That's always the case, just because of how the drop table's weighed. It shouldn't be the case, though. Jewel gnome should really be doing more diamonds than normal gnome. It does when it does a drop, but its overall effective rate is less than a normal gnome. Because even though it has like a 20 and 50 diamond drop, it drops it so rarely compared to normal gnome doing 2 or 5 that it effectively drops less diamonds. Even though it drops in bigger quantities when it does. Yeah, I haven't found any mythic worth maxing after Phoenicia. I would personally say wait until something becomes super meta. And not like Ironhawk, because Ironhawk doesn't gain a benefit from being upgraded. But, oh wait, was that a Mythic Key or Mythic Ingots? Pretty sure it was Mythic Ingots. But, that was Mythic Ingots. No! Stop giving that drop! But, yeah, I don't really find any Mythic after Phoenicia to really be that worth it. And you wouldn't need to upgrade Scourge because Scourge is basically the other version of Phoenicia. So there's no point having both upgraded. I know, the time waste. It's like a battle or two. It's not that big a deal though. But yeah, I would just wait until something else becomes super meta. Because ideally you want to upgrade a mage that's really meta. Because they gain 6 magic. Which if they're doing full AoE is 24 damage. And in case of Phoenicia, it does double that. There's a few other categories that could be good though as well. But not too many. Generally if something is going to be good, it's gaining almost primarily magic. There's a few outliers though. Like Yalgway is one of the best legends to upgrade, but he doesn't gain pure magic. Those just partly gain magic. Do you consider the Volkeys might be worthless after this event? Depends what you mean by worthless. They're still just as good value as they've always been. Like their value hasn't gone down. Though there are 4 new gnomes in it, but that doesn't take away from much. If they're even taken away from anything at all. Because they might already be overtop the troop drop table that existed prior. It might just be harder to get specific troops now. But it might not have actually taken away from any of the other drops. Even if it did, they're rare enough that it's not taking up much. Yeah, I wish there was a way to trade between verses. I'm missing verse 4 personally. I think I have the most of verse 1. Originally I thought it was just like rarity order where like 1's the most common and 4's the rarest. 4's still my lowest, but 2's my second lowest. We haven't seen any of those gnomes for a while. They're still findable during Gnomapaloozas, just way lower. But they're not non-existent. Though it sure seems like it's some hours. Because it takes like 2 hours to find even one during Gnomapalooza. Outside of Gnomapalooza, it's much better though, the rate. But obviously they had to nerf it a lot for Gnomapalooza itself. Do verses appear at random? Yes, they can be found at any gnome-related battle. The most efficient way to farm them is to do exactly what we're doing now, except don't have a Gnomapalooza active. And do it somewhere in like Black Hawk, Cinder Mirage, Wild Plains, and the easy to kill places. I just happen to be using Black Hawk. But yeah, from my experience, you still get about around 4 to 8 verses per hour. Oops, why'd I do it that way? I made a big mistake. Oops. I think it's the first time this entire weekend I've made that mistake of accidentally casting Greed before, casting Death Devil before Greed. We've been doing this so much this entire weekend, and that is the first time I've made that mistake this entire time. You can tell I'm getting slightly tired. I still got more to grind, so I think we still have to find 9 more keys. Unless they want to get lucky all of a sudden. Oh, no, why are you bringing up chat? No. Am I accidentally hitting the ZR button somehow? Apparently. Wow, this is pretty high numbers. A Volkey per battle. Now, if only they'd become epic ones. No, Mythic Ingots! Stop teasing! I hate that so much. They need to move Mythic Ingots from the drop too. Petition to remove Mythic Ingots so they don't look like epic Volkeys. Or at least change your border. Hey, that was a real epic Volkey! It was next to a fake epic Volkey though. The Mythic Ingot drop again. But that was a genuine epic Volkey next to a fake epic Volkey. Next to a normal Volkey. So I think we found 2 within this set, which is exactly average. So if we exactly average the rest of this time, it will take 1 more hours in Nomapalooza. Which means, yeah, we'll be here till 1 o'clock. Unless we get lucky. And who knows, maybe we'll open some Volkeys, we'll see. Though I probably won't feel like it by that point. I'm pretty sure you guys know what opening a ton of Volkeys looks like with all the ones that you have farmed. Well, I'll still probably do it tomorrow night to some degree. I might just stream all through Salty's stream. I'm not sure if she's going over anything interesting. Her stream will probably be nearly unwatchable too with all the drama. Are we going to stream tonight unlocking all the gnomes? I'm not sure if we're doing it tonight or tomorrow night at this point. I'm considering just waiting till tomorrow night. It's going to take a lot of time in tomorrow night's stream. Because it's going to take like an hour. It's going to take some amount of time like that. Are we even sure there will be a Salty stream? No, I think she's going to dodge because of the amount of drama that there will be. There's almost no way she streams tomorrow. There's at least a 95% chance she will not stream tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't stream for the next few weeks. And just goes into hiding. Or at least the next week anyways. Until people somewhat forget. But they won't forget. Oh, there's our level up bonus. Also, we did get 2 pity this time to make up for the previous no pity. Wait, is that 1 or 2? Never mind, that's only 1. So we get 68 pity. I'm curious how many epic Volkeys. I counted 2. Unless they snuck by us. Nope, exactly 2. I counted correctly. 92. And math. What's that number? Minus 255. What even is that number? 1144. Calculator, where are you? 1144 minus 255. That is 889. I don't even need to change the other number. Actually, I don't even need to change. I just need to change the 1 to 8. So we found 20 keys there. Technically 22. 2 epic Volkeys, 8 or 20 normal ones. Alright, let's keep going. If we hit exactly on drop rate, it will take about 1 hour now. Not counting the in-between time of us just messing around. But yeah, 4 more Nomapalooza if we get exactly at drop rate should be enough. Also, I haven't really tested this entire time. Let's go do it. Let's go use Lady, what's her name? Not Lady, Sister Superior. Get that little bit of extra time efficiency instead of the gold. It does still waste a little bit of time with Revered, but nowhere near as much as Explosion does. Yeah, let's see what happens. I want to see what the rate comes to. If nothing else, it'll guarantee that we get it within these 4, or at least make it likely, slightly more likely that we would consistently. Same general strategy. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Because now, this does 2 things. One is negative, one is positive. One is we don't have to worry about the explosion at the beginning of the battle, even though Revere does delay ever so slight amount of time, but nowhere near as much the explosion. But the downside of that is we don't gain a lot of gold every battle, because we're hitting a gold of 0. Whereas before we'd hit 100 plus all the multipliers that go to it. We're still getting gold per battle, because there's some amount of gold that you get just for completing out the battle. But it should be several hundred less than how much we were gaining with Dust Level. I mean, with Greed. I feel like the time waste. Hey, oh, never mind. I thought it was one of the special nuns for a second there. I believe this is about 0.075 seconds quicker. Unless you get a cascade, in which case it's like a whole second quicker. Or 2, depending on how slow the cascade wants to be. It's very rare that it takes that much time, though. I don't know if it's saving a full second, though. It's definitely saving some amount of time per battle. Hopefully it's not scaring all the epic Volkies away, though. So what was that lag screen? We're winning too quick now. It's... yes, we did get Elite Plus, so we will be going over the Mythic tomorrow night. Also, I might even cover a video on it a little bit earlier than that if I have time. That's probably going to be on Tuesday. But tomorrow night, we're definitely doing the Mythic. We're doing all of Chapter 9 tasks, messing with the Mythic, and probably opening a bunch of Volkies. Hey, you got a 2-scroll, nice. Congrats. Now you can do no more Palooza. There's a elusive one that's always low. Yeah, we've been getting the Pass Plus recently. Allows us to cover the Mythic a week early and stuff like that, which is kind of nice. That's the most useful thing. Now we get a Power Orb. The Power Orb isn't as relevant. But basically, for 15 bucks extra, we get to cover the Mythic video a week early. And a few other extra loots. Because that's how much more money the Elite Pass is compared to the normal pass. Double Volky, that's not an epic Volky though. Come on, epic Volkies. Gotta get to 100. Getting none does not get us closer to 100. What's the advantage of using Sister Superior? She doesn't explode 1 at the beginning of battle, but she also doesn't give us gold. But the lack of 1 explosion saves a very small amount of time. That is a time save. That's costing you gold every battle to do that time save. She also still has Revered, which does waste a small amount of time. Though nowhere near as much as Explode 1 gem. You're just stuck at 999 epic vault keys? That's funny. Yeah, I'm stuck at 92. Come on, mech gnomes. Please give me the actual epic vault key, not your fake epic vault key. Oh, you gave me neither. I guess that's better than a fake one. Though all of their drops are bad. That isn't anything vault key related. We do not need ingots. Yeah, we need an Empower that doesn't have like any kind of other side ability. So it doesn't waste more time. But I believe every trait we have is about 0.1 or 0.2 time waste. Greeds waste a lot more though. And obviously something like Empower is perfectly fine to have the time waste for. But other ones like Revered and Explode 1 gem waste more than what is ideal. I don't know, is there any other Empower that doesn't have something like that doesn't also touch the board? Can't remember. There might be something even better than Sister Superior. Though I think Sister Superior might be the quickest, because if you had something that did damage to the enemy, or touched the board at all, it'd be slower than her. So unless there's like some kind of support. But then again, wouldn't this stats effect also be slower? Yeah, she might be the quickest then. Because I believe if you give stats to an ally, that would also be slower than Revered. Though not as slow as touching the board. Or touching the enemy, because touching the enemy also wastes time. You can see that with Dust Devil's ability as well. Like if we don't have to touch them at all, we save a little bit of time compared to if it does touch them. Like right here, we'll lose a little bit of time because we have to touch 2 of them with Dust Devil. Doesn't waste that much time, but it's slower than if it touched none of them. Because ideally what we want to have happen is the 20 Ironhawk damage kills before the 5 is needed, which means they have to all have 20 or less durability. If they have more, we lose ever so slight time up with Dust Devil hitting H1 with 5 damage. Like right here, it's going to have to double tap. Oh no, lag screen. Do you know when the moon will be available in Valky drop table? Around 7 weeks from now. There's no official date. But we'll kind of know once it happens. But about 7 weeks from now. Anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks. We'll know when it happens, so knowing the exact date is impossible currently. So if you're playing free-to-play, you might want to save your keys until then. And get the 4 new gnomes and the new moon once they're both in drop table. Well, the gnomes are already in drop table. But, oh, Epic Valky, nice. But, yeah, if you're playing free-to-play, you might want to wait about 8 weeks or so until the moon is officially in drop table. Because the moon is required, especially if you have Sun, to craft a Doom Troop. I'm not sure if that Doom Troop is going to be meta yet or what they're even doing for it. But if you already have the Sun, there's a lot more incentive to get the moon. That's also good to get just for completionist sake, of course, as well. What are those lag screens? Is it going to be craftable? The moon, no. The thing the moon and sun are used for will be craftable. But the moon itself will not be craftable. None of the tarot card-like troops are. They're only in Valky drop table. And all of them are except for the moon. Which won't be added until several weeks after the campaign. And the campaign's not even over yet, of course. Yeah, I believe we need 7 more Epic Vault Keys if it would ever want to give it to us. That would be a great time. Also, we're no way we're ever grinding the event this much again. Which is why I wanted to do it this weekend. Because I'm very doubtful we will ever hit 1,000 Vault Keys again. However, the new standard is a lot higher. Oh, was that an Epic Vault Key? I think it was. Because next Vault event, we'll probably hit about 500, realistically. Probably around 500 across the events. Maybe a bit less, we'll just see how it goes. But I feel like 500 could be a good target between the 3 values. Which is a lot higher than normal, gosh. Before I was like happy with a dozen or so. Now 500 might be the new standard. But some people might still try to power grind to 1,000 plus every single time. It's definitely possible too. So that amount of time is not as short as it would have been this time around. Because 80% of your time in all future, unless you got like a billion of them on Thursday, for most people, 80% of your time is going to be actually finding the scrolls. Unlike this one where we were basically able to perpetually run Nomapalooza. But there are some people that grinded so much on Thursday that the next few Vault events, they might be able to do the same way like this Vault event, where they can get thousands if they wanted to. Realistically, most people will have to go back to the 80-20 method, where you basically farm Vault event, farm normally for an hour, and then use the Nomapaloozas for 15 or 30 minutes if you get lucky. Well, realistically, 15 minutes. And you alternate between those. 1 hour of grinding into 15 or 30 minutes of Vault. Into Nomapalooza, And then you could use the keys if you wanted to, and kind of do a whole process. Where over the course of an hour and a half to 2 hours, you do like an hour or so of grinding into a Nomapalooza or two, into using all the keys you just got. That'd be an interesting gameplay loop. That would definitely be a lot of fun. I might do that next Vault event, we'll see. That'd be a pretty fun gameplay loop. Farm for the Nomapaloozas, do the Nomapalooza, then open the keys. And that full process would take an hour and a half to 2 hours per set. Or per double set if you get lucky. I forget, do Vault Gnomes that you kill for the Vault Keys count towards pity? Isn't the answer to that no? I actually can't remember anymore. I'm drowned with so many gnomes I forget. I'm pretty sure they don't count towards pity. The ones in Vault Keys not counting towards pity. I actually can't remember, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I don't recall them ever counting towards it. They kind of should though, given that this does. Wild Queen. She was available not too long ago, so I think you still have to wait on her quite a bit, unfortunately. Yeah, they don't count. That's what I thought. They really should count, though, now that Nomapalooza literally just drowns you in them. It's actually quicker to get gnomes off of Nomapalooza than it is to get it off of Vault Keys now. There's really no reason why Vault Keys shouldn't, even though they don't. Because you literally get more off of Nomapalooza than you do off of just running straight Vault Keys. Even though the battles give the same 4, it takes longer to run a Vault Key than it does to kill one of these battles instantly. Especially at 20% extra stats when you do a Vault Key. Come on. There we go. I wouldn't cast for a second there. Oh, another epic Valky. I think we got 3 dispatch. Nice. We're so close. I think we only need 5 more. If we get lucky, we can do that in 2 more. No more blues. Oh, that's the end of this one. Hey, what's our epic Valky number looking like? That's the main one I care about. Oh, we only found 2. I thought that was 3. Oh, I might have thought a epic ingot was 1. Ooh. Oh, let's go add our numbers. Actually, I'll just wait. We'll do it on the next one. I'll just restart real quick. Recording every single time just takes more time. I find it funny that we used to record like whenever we would get a Valky. Now it's like every 15 or 30 minutes. It's like, oh yeah, we'll just record it then. Yeah, a little more caffeine. Still got like an hour left. Well, maybe not an hour. We can get it done in, realistically, if we get exactly at drop rate, it'll take 3. If we get unlucky, it'll take 4. And if we get super lucky, it'll only take 2. So realistically, it's going to take 3 or 4. Let's go. If it does take 4, we will be here for an hour. That's only if we get unlucky, though. Which is definitely possible. There's no guarantee we'll get added to drop rate, which seems to be about 2 every set. Or, you know, every Nomapalooza. We did hit 0-1 Nomapalooza this stream, though. Then we also hit as many as 5 in 1. Which would make us 1 off if we actually did that again. I've yet to hit 6, I don't believe, though. Have to get really lucky for that. To get 6 or more. Yeah, Wild Queen's a lot of fun for Guild Wars. The only problem is when it misses. Overall, it's a pretty fun trip, though. Reminds me a lot of Web Spinner, but slightly different. There's a very similar playstyle to Web Spinner. Though it's more of like a support Web Spinner. Whereas Web Spinner is just like an absolute tank. Or not really a tank, but you know, it's a triple damage thing. It's insane. While still creating the green. It doesn't have any way to create skulls, though. But triple damage on skull kind of makes up for it. Watch it take like 2 hours just for us to find 6 keys. Though in all fairness, it would have taken like 3 Vault events to find 6 keys prior. Getting them in like an hour or 2 is fine. Though realistically, it should take under an hour. But not if we keep getting unlucky. Wonder if they'll start adding campaign tasks like kill 100 gnomes. They would never do that, and if they did, people would just repick it, so it wouldn't even matter if they did. But no, they would never add a task like that. It takes too long. It's supposed to be quick tasks. They normally take like an hour or 2 to finish them all. Sometimes even quicker than an hour, depending on how they roll. Killing 100 gnomes by almost any means would take forever. It's 25 vault keys or 1 Nomapalooza. And apparently they value a Nomapalooza at 75 bucks. Which is way overpriced, obviously. Because when they're selling 3 full sets, it says $250 value, and they're selling it for $50. So theoretically, they value it either at $13.33, or you know, $13.33, or they value it at like 80 something dollars, whatever 250 divided by 3 is. It doesn't go in evenly. It's like 83.3 repeating. So there's no way they would make that a normal task. I'm like choking on nothing. Actually, it might have been dust on the mic or something. Going into my mouth. Whatever it is very choky. Oh, of course, I would be on the one where I can't do it with one hand as I'm trying to do something. What a fail. Don't you try to survive, gnome. Also, I don't think we've had a single gnome escape from us this entire weekend. So it's kind of hard when we insta-kill everything at 100% consistency. Well, except for when they're mythic. So I guess it's kind of near impossible for them to even escape anyways. Only the mythic can. And it's so rare that you even get a battle with one in it. Because it only happens when you get through a full set and we're getting shards at the slowest possible rate. Let's run Explore 1. I wonder how many tokens we've gotten this weekend while doing this. Obviously not many. This is not a token farming team or a token farming method. But we are indeed getting some amount of tokens. All low rarity ones, the lowest 3 rarity. We're still getting tokens nonetheless. I don't think we've gotten a single token upgrade, so we couldn't have gotten that many then. I don't recall a single token upgrade screen. Other than for a badge. I don't think we've gotten a single medal upgrade out of any. Which means we've gotten less than 9 of all 3 of them. Which means we couldn't have cycled through more than like 20 times. Probably even less. Which means we've only found about 20 mythics that could have even had a chance of escaping. And some of those mythics we one-shotted anyways, because if they weren't a soul gnome, they were one-shotted. So that means we've probably only encountered like 4 or 5. Dawnbringer is way better than Dustbringer. It's not even close. You should always get Dawnbringer before Dustbringer. If you want Dawnbringer, just use Black Manacles. It's basically the same thing. Yeah, Dawnbringer, the one that's red, blue, yellow, is way higher priority. It's used for 2 things. It's high damage relative to its mana cost, and it's 4 times barrier. Its main use is to be used on Thursday class events. This is normally its strongest use, though it's occasionally used for Guild Wars as well, particularly Red Guild War. Offensively. Because it's one of the few ways that you can barrier on red. Red doesn't really have much for protection. It's one of the safer weapons to run. If you're running hero at all. Like with Frost Mage or something similar. Yep, not what I wanted. Come on, where are all the epic vault keys? I don't think we got a single one dispatch. Nope, just fake epic vault keys. At least we're getting normal vault keys, if nothing else. And pity will move up by 1. Oh wait, never mind. We need 6 more keys, not 8. I forgot. Because we're actually at 94 right now. I just didn't update the number. Abel once this set is done. I thought that was a vault key for a second. I was like rewatching the stream. No, I was wondering why I had a common border. It was Chaos Shards, or not Chaos Shards. It was the it's off a Jewel Gnome. It's that one shard, which oddly enough is actually a somewhat rare drop off her. Not like rare, but the shard drop right there. Icon, if you look at it very quickly, kind of looks like an epic vault key, but it doesn't have the epic vault key border. But it also looks nothing like an epic vault key. But if you look at it like very, very quick, it can somewhat look like it. And how quick we go through the screen. It's reasonable to think it is, kind of. But yeah, we'll still have one more redeem codes to the stream whenever we finally hit 100 epic vault keys. At this point, it seems like it doesn't want to give it to us, though. But we're not stopping the stream until we do. Or until we run out of time, though I'm pretty sure we'll get away before that. We'd have to get exceedingly unlucky to run out of time. We still have 2 hours and 50 minutes. Even if we only got one epic vault key per Nomapalooza, which would be very bad luck, it'd still be enough. Speaking of one epic vault key, there we go. Because even if we only got one more per Nomapalooza here, 4th, that's 5 Nomapaloozas. That would be 2 o'clock. Which would mean we'd have an hour spare, even if we got super unlucky. Hopefully we don't get unlucky, but even if we did, we have time. Up 2 epic vault keys. We got the 2 dispatch. Hopefully we get more now. Okay, we're at 96. I just need to find 4 more. Final stretch. If we get lucky enough, next Nomapalooza's it. If we get 1 more right now and then 3 on the next, that's it. So within the next 2, we have a really good chance of finishing. Not counting this one. The 2 after this. Really high chance we finish then. I still can't get over this loot. The patch that made vault keys like treasure maps, but actually useful. Up here's that rare elusive mythic battle. And it's on a one-shot, so it doesn't even matter. Good, we didn't have any upgrade at all, so waste less time. Yeah, it's definitely slower using any hero class to get the class XP, unless you're using Slayer. But even that can be somewhat slower. People are saying it's supposed to 5 per minute because I forgot if 2 gnomes survive, it won't be enough damage. You don't have to worry about that when you're not doing a Nomapalooza, but when you are doing a Nomapalooza, there's a lot more instances where 2 will survive instead of 1, which is an issue, which makes it slower. But still quicker than the Rowan build. However, I'm not sure if non-Slayer version of Dust Devil Ironhawk is quicker than Rowan. Last I recall, it's the same speed. It's like 4 per minute. Whereas Rowan is also 4 per minute. And doing Slayer during Nomapalooza is 5 per minute. Or, you know, the Dust Devil Ironhawk Slayer team. But that has to use Slayer. It wouldn't work with any other hero class. At least for the speed, anyways. It normally would win with a 6 per minute if you do it for not a Nomapalooza. Like if you were just doing Blackhawk when it's not a Nomapalooza active. But while it's active, it's like 5 per minute due to double survives. It can handle a 1 survive, but it can't handle a double survive. Otherwise, the bleed doesn't do enough damage to clean. Which means it takes like an extra turn or 2. Which isn't too bad, but it's slower, obviously. Than just instantly one-shotting. So there's still an incentive to get 2 Ironhawks. Which is one of the reasons I feel like they're not going to nerf Ironhawk team. Given that 2 Ironhawks are pretty much required for the most optimal speed now. And kind of already were even before. She's like, Oprah, your next stream, you get a Dawnbringer, you get a Dawnbringer, everyone gets a Dawnbringer. Yeah, I wonder what our codes will be like next stream. Are they just going to have like 10 vault keys in each? Is that just going to become the new standard? Every redeem code just has a vault key in it. Could you imagine? I wish they would do that. Instead of like the gem key redeem codes, replace it with a vault key. That'd be fun. Every vault key, every redeem code just now being a vault key code. So instead of a gem key, you get a vault key. So if that Volkey is unlucky enough, there's a possibility that one gym key is better. Though that would be very rare for that to be the case. Obviously a Volkey is almost always going to be better. Oh yeah, that too. Imagine if she made a code that gave a full set of verses. That is true. What if she gave a full verse code? Or even just a random verse, like verse 4. Like do a poll which one people have the least in chat, and whatever the answer is, she does. But yeah, full set of verses, that would be pretty insane. That's a lot of loot. Though you'd have to wait till a vault event to claim it. That's a weird loot to give when it's not vault event. Because you'd have to wait. Well, then again, gem keys you have to wait like a month until the next mythics are available anyways. Though for vault events you have to wait 6 weeks, which is even longer. Because it's not worth doing verses unless it's a vault event. The value of doing Nomapalooza when it's not a vault event is exceedingly low compared to when it is. Oh, the end of our cycle here. Alright, let's go update our numbers. Pretty sure we got 2 this cycle, which means we should have 96 because I didn't update the number earlier. Yep, 96 on the dot. I kept track correctly. I know when I see a Volkey, or an epic Volkey, I mean. I assume we were at like 70 pity or 69. Let's just say 69 is a funner number. And what's the other number? I can't see because my thing is blocking it. 1195. 1195 minus 225. Oh, we almost have 1000 just there. 255 equals 940. Yeah, we're almost there. Okay, if we get exactly at drop rate, 2 more and we've hit it. Otherwise, it's going to be 3 more. Also, I almost want to hit so we have, that's not that big a deal, 1000 volt key number without pity. Because combined together, that's over 1000. But it'd be kind of cool to have that as a solid 1000. We'll see. Who knows, if we get unlucky enough, we're going to need to open that many anyways to go do that many epic vault keys. Alright, let's go. If all goes well, this will be done in 2 more. Otherwise, it'll take 3 more. In which case, we will have remaining either 14 or 13 Nomapaloozas. I highly doubt it'll take more than that. I keep moving the goalposts. No, we'll hand out the code for 100 epic vault keys regardless. As far as how far we're going, we'll see. Because that way we could truly say we found 1000 vault keys in a given week. Wouldn't even have to say counting pity, it would just be 1000 found. We're never grinding this long again for it. Or not long, but deep. Because the amount of time it would take to go this deep is still possible on a weekend. Oh, we already found an epic, nice. But realistically is going to not be that possible. I think you'd have to do like 12 hours a day, if not more, to be able to hit the numbers we did this weekend with the current rate of verses. So it's still possible, it'll just take a lot of time. Maybe even more time than that, I'm not sure. You can get about 1 or 2 per hour. And then you actually have to do the time to actually use it as well. And by 1 or 2 per hour, I mean Nomapaloozas. By grinding them up in normal battles with this exact team. Gosh, I'm misclicking all over the place. Well, it is past midnight officially. It's getting late. Hey, Epic Volkey, nice. 2 more. We're so close. We already hit the 2 for this 15 minutes, and we're like 2 or 3 minutes in. However, I am so tempted to go for 1,000 normal Volkey now as well. Just because we're so close already. Also, I really just want to make that number into 1,000. So big we'll need a comma. Also, we went this far. Another half an hour won't hurt. Because if we get pretty much at drop rate, we'd only need 2 more Paloozas after this Palooza to hit 1,000. There is a possibility we'd need another one after that if we get unlucky. Or if we get too many epic Volkeys, which technically would not be a problem. Getting too many epic Volkeys is never a problem. Though it would theoretically mean we're getting less Volkeys. Normal Volkeys. Because every epic Volkey could have been a normal Volkey. Though obviously we'd much prefer them to be epic Volkeys. Gosh, I will never get this song stuck out of my head now all week. Nomapalooza song. I'm gonna miss hearing it. Because we're not gonna hear it again until August 13th, I believe it was. Also, next vault event's already pretty close to this vault event. It's not even 4 weeks, I don't think. Or if it is, like, right at the cusp of it. Because 28 days from now, that's pretty much when it is. Double Volkey, that's what you want to see. Still haven't seen a triple or quad. Actually, I might have seen a triple and just didn't notice. But I definitely haven't seen a quad. That'd be very noticeable. We got another epic Volkey to stream though. So no triple or quad of that either. The only triple we've seen was triple verse gnome. But that was pre-nerf, not post-nerf. Post-nerf, the most we've even gotten in a set of 15 was 2, which we have done 3 times. Though there is yet to be a single Nomapalooza where we've hit 4 Nomapalooza scrolls, let alone the exact unique ones needed. Oh, what's the riff closest to? I'm not sure. I don't listen to music enough to really know which band it would be closest to. It definitely seems like they're going for a bit of the Kiss kind of thing with how that one guy has his tongue out. He's not the guy playing guitar, though. Oh, double Volkey again. All 4 in one battle is like a mythic jackpot. That's like near literally impossible in the current state of game. Getting like 2 in the same battle. It's still technically possible, though the chance of it happening is very rare. Let alone 3 or 4 now, post-nerf. Getting 1's rare enough. Also, it's impossible in a normal battle to find more than 1. Though it's still theoretically possible in a Nomapalooza to find more than 1, but the drop rate's so low that's not that possible. Though technically can happen. Unless they hard-coded it not to happen. Though based on how many of the same gnomes can still appear in battles, I assume it's not. Because they mentioned something about trying to get a higher variety of gnomes in battles. But there's still a lot of battles where we've gotten 4 of the same gnome. Like right here we got 3 soul gnomes. That was mentioned in the patch, but it didn't actually mention, it didn't actually do anything, I don't think. Because they by no means seem more even. Still seems completely random which gnomes appear in battle. Are you going to do regular and epic, or have you decided yet? Oh, I'm definitely using regular. I'm not touching any of the epics, in case they ever add something unique to their drop table. Which I highly doubt they will do, but now that they're a bit more common, they might. Like, now it's not as egregious if they did. Like, before it would have been pretty bad. But with how the many epic vault keys you can get now in the current state of the game, them adding a unique drop to epic vault key table actually wouldn't be as bad as it was before. There's currently nothing unique to epic vault key drop table, though. Anything you can get in a vault key is also an epic vault key. Or anything in epic vault key is also a normal vault key, I should say. Nothing is specifically locked behind epic vault key currently. But that's not to say there won't be, which is why I save all of mine. If you ever wonder why I don't spend any epic vault keys. Especially after this patch, it's not impossible that they'll add a drop that's only in epic vault keys. And not in normal vault keys. It's not currently the case, but it's definitely possible. Yeah, that's why I hoard all of them. Because you never know. Definitely much better to use the regular keys. I'm pretty sure the tarot cards are easier to get off of epic vault keys because when you get a drop of one, you only get 1 copy. Whereas when you get a copy, you have Cedric, you get 4 copies. I'm not 100% for sure if it is, but it does seem like logically it would give a higher chance of getting a tarot card troop. Though they're not unique only to epic vault keys, so the chance is probably higher on epic vault keys to get them. Though we don't know for sure if that is the case. Come on, where's all the juicy loots? As we get a vault key, where's all the juicy loot? 1 vault key is pitiful now. I want to see 2 or an epic. Oh, 1 vault key every match is still fine though. Oh, no epic or no vault keys at all. Where's all the loot at? Oh, a fake mythic vault key. I mean, epic mythic border. Still kind of funny it doesn't have an epic border. That kind of makes sense because how rare it is. Well, how rare it used to be. You still have 25 Nomapaloozas? Nice. That's a lot. I only have, gosh, we just got triple ultravert and that's horrible. But, yeah, I only have like a dozen left. A little over a dozen. By the time we finish, it's gonna be like a dozen. Got 2 Anus on the Explore, nice. Oh, double Volky, nice. They'll be cashing in these keys tomorrow night, I think, at this point. Because we're probably going for at least another half an hour, and by that point I need to rest my eyes for some amount of time soon. Before we go record the Monday video tonight. Or I should say this morning. I don't know, is it nighttime or morning at this point? Past midnight. I'd still consider it night. Until like 5 or 6 a.m. is it morning? Not double Volky again. This one, those were legendary ingots. I think it was double Volky and legendary ingot. We found 701 Volkies and 84 epic Volkies. Nice. Solid numbers. I still can't believe 1,000's even possible. Also, for suspense, I'm not going to count up the Volkies next to see if we, how close we are on epic Volkies after the next batch. Just for the suspense on if we're actually going to pass it or not. And then we'll hand out the code if we do. And if we're not past 1,000 Volkies by then, we'll then grind one more for 1,000. Because we shouldn't need more than one at that point. So at max, we'll need to run 2 more. At minimum, we'll need to run 1 more. After this one's completed. And then we would have finished the very first Gnomapalooza Vault Weekend, which is the same as just normal Vault Weekend, but they added Gnomapalooza, which makes it very broken. And then we never need to farm for another Volky ever again if we choose not to. Or if we do, we'll just have infinite resources on top of our infinite resources. I wonder what the publisher 505 Games thinks about the Gnomapalooza. That would be pretty funny. What their reaction to Gnomapalooza would be. Like, they knew it was coming, but I'm not sure they would have been that aware of the effect it would have. If we get the end of this one. Also, we're almost at another level. Well, that's still a while away. We're not hitting it this stream, that's for sure. Hey, Tribute's ready. Hey, 20 gems, still 20 gems. Well, technically that's 19, but still good. Okay, let's go straight into another one. Let's just reset it just to make sure we don't lag at all. Just in case. Okay, I'm not going to count the numbers for this one for the suspense. And if we over 100, we'll give out a key after this one. And then if we haven't hit it already, we're going to go until we get 1,000 vault keys. Not counting pity. Okay, let's go. Let's do another one. This might be the last one. It might be the second last one. We'll find out after it's done. And that will leave us with either 14 or 13 remaining. Either 14 or a baker's dozen. We're going to be having such long streams this week, gosh. We're doing this. When Fall Guys comes out, that's going to be an ultra long stream. Then when Pokemon Unite comes out, we are not getting sleep until I leave on vacation. Yeah, the new gnomes are already in drop table. They've been for at least a couple hours now. Even though Monday hasn't hit yet, it indeed populated. I think they might have done it at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, like 4 hours ago, 4.5 hours ago, when the post went up live on the forum. Like, people have been mentioning for the last couple hours they've been in drop table. Which makes me think it happened exactly when they did the forum post saying that they were in drop table. Meaning instead of doing it with the reset week, they did it literally coinciding with the post on the forum. Which kind of makes sense to make sure there was no confusion. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot of caffeine this week, that's for sure. I think our total stream time is gonna be like 80 hours this week or something. Absurd. Well, maybe not that long, we'll see. It's gonna be some kind of big number. Plus, I still need to go cover the Mythic video. And of course, the weekly video we need to get up. I'll be doing that tonight before I go to bed. I should be up before I go to bed as well, hopefully. Unless I crash, which hopefully will not happen. We need to rest my eyes for at least an hour, though. Once we finish this. I haven't been in much of a pizza mood lately. I'm not sure what it is about not having pizza for a year, but it made me hate the taste of pizza and reminded me that pizza tastes horrible. Almost everywhere. I'll need to get real pizza again while I'm in New Jersey. Maybe that will make me like pizza again. But then I'll be disappointed by every pizza I ever eat again. But I'm kind of already at that point right now. So I just need to get some good New Jersey pizza and they'll fix it, hopefully. We'll fix that in a couple weeks. And then I might get in the pizza mood again. Oh, we got one of the gnomes finally. Takes like an hour and a half to find each one, but hey, we got a verse. That wasn't a verse I needed, but more verses is better than not more verses. I'm almost at 5k trophies, nice. We're not going to keep setting new goals, though. Once we hit 1,000 Volkies and 100 epics, we're done. I don't care for one trophy away from 5,000. Though for literally one, maybe I'll do it. But if it's a number bigger than 10, we probably won't. Even if it's 11. I don't know, what is that at right now? If it's like 100 or less right now, we actually will reach it just by doing this. I think the most trophies I've ever gotten in a week is around 7,000 or 8,000. I've never hit 5-digit trophies before, nor are we even remotely close this weekend. We're at 4,615. Yeah, we're not getting 5,000. Can guarantee you that right now. That will be close. We're not close enough to go get it. Still a solid amount. So hello, Joshua. Welcome. You got this troop that, let's see. You've never seen. Gruz? The Undefeated. Oh, you haven't seen him because he's really bad. That's why you haven't seen him. I almost forgot he existed as well. I know what troop you're referring to, though. But yeah, he's very off meta. He's like C tier or D tier. I forget exactly what he does, but I know it's nothing relevant. He's a very below average mythic, which is why you've never seen him before. He's undefeated because no one uses him. Kind of hard to be defeated if you're never fought. Oh, I absolutely love veggie pizzas. Like those white pizzas with a bunch of vegetables. Like spinach, broccoli, and stuff. I need to find a place near me that does it not horribly. That could make me like pizza again, too. If I can find a place that does a really good veggie pizza. My diet from time to time goes very vegetarian from times as well. Occasionally. I try to stay away from most meats when I can. But I still eat them. Like I had a burger like a few days ago. I do minimally try to eat meats. I just don't eat too many other things that are high in protein. Particularly fish. Like I really love eating fish. Actually that mahogany salmon I mentioned earlier, the salmon on a mahogany plank, I end up getting it again. It's really low preparation, I really like it. It's already seasoned on a nice mahogany plank and everything, you just bake it and it's good to go. It's actually pretty good value. I think it was like 25 bucks, but it's definitely worth it. Hello, Corey G. Welcome. I think it lasted for around 3 meals or so. I still have some left, so. And I've ate it twice, so yeah, probably 3 meals, like 2.5. There's not too much left of it. I don't think we got a single epic vault key this cycle. We can tell for sure if we got only 98. If we have 98 right now at the end of this, we got 0 this cycle. You just finished your last Palooza? Nice. Yeah, I think I have one more to do after this. Only got 5 left. Yeah, you definitely want to save at least a few. You got 8 or 6 epic vault keys on the last one. Nice. I still haven't got more than 5. I think we hit 5 like 2 or 3 times. But never more than 5. We've hit 0 a couple times too, which feels bad. When it happens. Well, every time it happens. Getting 0 epic vault keys never not feels bad. And a Gnome Palooza, that is. Gosh, your stream's almost 5 hours now. It's almost 1 a.m. Hey, there's still 2 more hours left of the Vault event if you want to grind it, though. I'm pretty sure most people by this point aren't really grinding. But hey, might as well. We'll do probably 1 more after this and then call it. Because by then I think we would have hit both our goals. I'll count it up after this one regardless, though. In case we got epic vault keys I didn't see. There's a chance if we got enough epic vault keys and normal vault keys we actually have both already done. Though I don't think we've seen a single epic vault key dispatch. Yeah, these longer streams are a lot of fun. If they can actually get content that allows us to do longer streams, I will do longer streams. Gnome Palooza was really fun for it. So it's very rare we get something this fun to do. I wish it would have more patches, it's great. Even though it had a bit of a overpowered, broken start. It was still a really fun event. And of course, every Vault weekend is like this now, by the way. Not the super overpowered Thursday, but the rest of the weekends will be the same. Assuming they don't nerf it again before then. Which I sure hope they don't. It's hard to tell if they'll nerf it or not. Because this patch was obviously made to add a lot more loot to the game. But it really depends on how much loot is too much loot. It's hard to tell. I think it's a nice amount though. If they leave it exactly as is. It's still very broken compared to before though. But hopefully they keep it exactly as is, don't nerf Ironhawk, and keep all loot exactly the same. And don't nerf all keys either. Now, funny we can get a Vault Key gnome. Guarantee Vault Key drop. Or maybe to balance out Vault Keys dropping, they'll make it so like no gnomes give Vault Keys, but instead like a Vault Key gnome could appear. I highly doubt they would do that though, it would complicate things. You're gonna wait till the next code? Yeah, we should be handing out a code either after this Nomapalooza or the next. So you might want to use a Nomapalooza if we use a Nomapalooza. Because if we're not at 100 Epic Vault Keys yet, we still need to go get to that point. Because we'll hand it out at 100 Epic Vault Keys. And I don't think we got a single one this cycle. Unless I missed them, which is definitely possible. We should be at 98 right now. The number's just not updated. There's a chance we're at 100, I just didn't notice. So far, I barely didn't notice any of them, though. Only a few that's got by us. Catch you later, Tyrion. I'll see you for the Pokemon Unite streams. Yeah, I'm still so hyped for that game in 2 days. It should be launching this time, Tuesday night. So this time, 2 days from now, we will be streaming non-stop. Hey, there's one of the Epic Vault Keys, nice. Because I believe it's coming out exactly midnight Eastern Standard Time, which would be an hour prior to now on Tuesday night, which is 2 days from now. So basically 2 days from now exactly. The exact time 2 days from now we should be streaming Pokemon Unite. Unless it's coming out at a different time, in which case I'm sleeping in and doing it in the morning. But if it's coming out exactly at midnight, which it seems like it is, we'll be doing it. Oh, this one's done. I believe we are exactly one Epic Vault Key short, which is pretty sad. Oh! We did it! Wait. Is the other number there yet? No, we still got to do one more. But we hit the Epic Vault Key one. We still got to do one more, though. Because 255 minus that number is still a little short. But we did it on Epic Vault Keys. That's 101. I still need to hit 1,000 on the other one. Okay, let me go update our numbers. Vault Key. Or Epic Vault Key. 101. We've done it. 100 Epic Vault Keys. It's so big, it's going into the logo. 101. Oh yeah, how much is the other number? Calculator. I can't do math in head. This late at night. Do math for me. Even though that's such basic math. 1, 2, 4, 7. Minus 255. That is 992, right? Key short. 992. And pity, I assume, is at 70. I'll go double check then. That's not how you double check. That's also not how you double check. Oh, we're actually at 72 pity. Oh, I'm way off on pity. Wow. Okay, there we go. Okay, one more. And then we officially have over 1,000 Vault Keys found this event. 73 pity probably. And realistically, 103 or so Epic Vault Keys. Okay, let's go hand out the code and then we'll go run one last Nomapalooza to finish it off. Yes, we're still streaming. We're doing one last one. Also, here's another code, the third code of the stream. and also the last code to the stream. And definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream, helps out a lot and is greatly appreciated. But yeah, we'll do this again next Vault event. Though not this long. Or not that, you know, we won't have this many keys. Like, we won't try to reach this goal. We might try for 500 next Vault event, we'll see. If it's still in the exact state it is and now, we'll attempt at 500, I think. We'll see. It's still gonna take a lot of time, so maybe not. We'll see how things go. Well, we're definitely gonna hit at least 100 in this new format, that's for sure, gosh. It's pretty much free now, 100 every Vault event. Between pity and everything. But there you guys go, there is the very last code of the stream. Use it on gemswar.com for the game code section, you guys know how to use it by now. But there you guys go, enjoy. Same loot as always, a key. A singular key. But hey, they add up. The singular keys could be a mythic eventually. Oh, we almost have 2,000 gem keys too. We'll probably will after the end of this. Nice. And over 9,000 event keys. Also, our glory stack is at 3 million. What even? Oh, also our souls that were at like 8,000 before or 8 million is now at 13 million. Good job, souls. We're not running out of souls anytime soon. I thought we'd almost have to reach a point where we'd have to soul farm again. Yeah, that's not happening. I can assure you that is not happening. Okay, let's go do the very last Nomapalooza of the weekend. Let me just restart the game to make sure we have nice no lag for the last set of 15 minutes. And do one very last Nomapalooza to end out the weekend. In which we will hit officially 1,000 total Vault keys found. As well as likely 73 pity and 103 epic Vault keys or so. Depends how luck goes. Alright, let's go do it. The very last set. The very last one. Which will leave us, I believe, with 13 spears for future weeks. Though I would advise saving them for Vault events, as they are pretty bad value at any other point. Go! All 13! No, just kidding. All 14. No. Okay, one Nomapalooza. Let's do it! The very last one. And hopefully we'll have the event video up in like 4 or 5 hours from now. Hopefully I don't crash. We can start recording in like 2 minutes. I mean 2 hours, I mean. But I won't be able to record exactly then though. Because we gotta set up the teams and all that other stuff. It should be up by 6 AM, which is 5 hours from now, 6 hours from now. Should be up by 6 hopefully. And then we can sleep. I already see the Valky. There's no way we're not hitting 8 Valkies. It's literally impossible. Even with the worst RNG ever, there's no way we're not going to hit 8 Valkies. Though it's theoretically possible if we get lucky enough on epic Valkies and unlucky enough on just standard Valkies. That would be exceedingly unlikely. Especially when we're getting a Valky like every other battle. For sure feels like it. It's more so every like 3 or 4 battles. For sure feels like it at times we're getting it every battle. Especially when we get like 5 in a row that have a Valky. That one didn't though. Why does my Soul Gnome have so low health? It's based on its rarity. It'll have 18 at Ultra Rare. It has 21 at Epic. It has 23 or 24 at Legendary. And it has like 26 or 27 at Mythic. It's based on the rarity that you get. The rarity is based on the troop that would have appeared there. It just overtakes the rarity, which determines the stats that it gets. It's like right there, they have 21 because they're epics, and the legend has 23, as you can see. So all 3 of them survived because they had over 20 durability. They still died, obviously, to the 5 sweep. But they survived the 20 damage poke. The only time they'll actually survive the double full 25 damage is if he's mythic. And specifically a Soul Gnome that is mythic. That's the only time they will not survive. I mean, they will survive, I mean. It's very rare though, since the mythic battle happens ever so occasionally. And even then, it's more likely that it'll not be a Soul Gnome. Because every other gnome will die. If it's mythic, only soul gnome will live. Oh, double Valky. Hey! I got a new Gnomapalooza out of my Gnomapalooza! See, we can still get a Gnomapalooza reset. I got verse 4. Nice. So that means we have 14 left, not 13. If we find another one, watch, you have 15 left. I highly doubt we'll find another verse 4 within this Gnomapalooza. Oh, it's possible. Though very unlikely. I think we found 3 verses all of today. We've been streaming for like 5 hours and we found 3 verses via Gnomapalooza itself. So luckily one of them was verse 4, which is the main one we need. Found 0 verse 2s though. I'm pretty sure it was 2 3s and a 4. Or a 1 3 4. Double glory gnome, anything good? I'll take the every drop is good. Oh, I think we got a Valky out of one of them, unfortunately. Unfortunately. It'd be better if one of the useless gnomes gets the Valky instead. It's still not horrible getting one off of glory gnome. Though it'd be better value if literally any other gnome was the one that gave it to us instead. Still not horrible getting off of them though. Can't believe we did this for 5 hours straight. I'm pretty sure there's been some people that did it for 16 hours straight on Thursday. Hey, Epic Valky, nice. Oh, triple soul. I won them off a normal gnome too. Which is the really small soul drop. I'm not sure why he even has it in drop table. You know what else is really pitiful? Whenever Cedric gives you a 2,500 soul drop, which looks like 3,000 with 20%, that is horrifically bad when that happens. Normal Valky with some event keys, nice. I would prefer to see gem keys and Vault keys, as well as epic Vault keys. Like, the 2 keys that are, like, decent, but not as good as they could be. The Vault key could be an epic Vault key, and the event keys could be gem keys instead. Also, they could all just be epic Vault keys. That would also work. They're basically the inferior version of both the 2 that could have dropped. Because I personally prefer 4 gem keys over 3 event keys, even though the 4 gem keys is technically worse gem value-wise. But it's better in a, or they actually useful wise. Because I have more event keys than I can ever realistically use. But I don't have more gem keys than I can ever realistically use, even after this weekend. But who knows, after we open 1,000 Vault keys, maybe we would. Yep, I'm pretty sure we've hit 1,000 now. I haven't been keeping track of the exact Vault key number. But we're definitely over 1,000, there's no way we're not. There's absolutely no way we're not over 1,000 by this point. When we're getting a Valky like every 3rd match. Well, we'll see what all the numbers are at the end. Well, so I need to save these numbers forever. Just so we know. What we have gotten. Oh, another epic Valky. I think we're at 103. Which is basically what I said we'd be at before. With a double Valky. Oh wait, was that a triple Valky? I like that we got double Valky into an epic Valky for 3. Pretty solid. I'm sure if, technically a double epic Valky was better when we got that earlier. Even though it's more number of keys, it's not better keys. 2 epic Valky's still better than 1 epic Valky and 2 normal Valky's. But then again, it's about the same loot if you really look at it. Depends how the epic Valky rolls or not. There's a chance that, oh, another epic Valky. There's a chance that 2 Valkys can outvalue a single epic Valky. Theoretically, even a single Valky can outvalue a single epic Valky. Really just depends on how they roll. A double fake mythic ingot there. I mean, double mythic ingot, double fake epic Valky. I still can't get over the loot this weekend. What even is this patch? Gonna have to make the numbers nice and big when we finish and put it in the middle of the screen. Now we can officially say we have gotten 1,000 vault keys on a weekend, and we've also gotten 100 epic vault keys on a weekend. We've also gotten, it's not, I was gonna say over 1,200 total. No, we haven't. We can say we've gotten over 69 pity, over 1,000 vault keys, and over 100 epic vault keys. Yeah, that's not 1,200 total. Ooh, it's slightly off. No, we're not gonna keep farming till then. Yeah, over 400 keys and over 40 epics. Nice. Yeah, I know. Christmas in July. It's pretty funny. It's a mid-year Christmas. Always got to get that mid-year Christmas in. Oh, another epic Volkey? Sure looked like it. That sure looked like an epic Volkey to me. Oh. That's a normal Volkey. Also looks like it's finishing around the 5-hour mark. We still have a few minutes of it left. Sacrax. It's not going to appear though. Okay, we got a one-shottable gnome over the mythic. Ah, useless guard. Though in all fairness, almost all of them are useless. I really wish you could check timer on that screen. Oh, that's how many you spent trying to find a new gnomes? Nice. So it took you that many to find one full set? Okay, that's not too many then. So that means their drop rate is pretty bad. So even if they're in the way of the drop table, they're very minimally in the drop table to get in the way. So that's perfectly fine. Because you don't want to be finding too many of them. It's actually good if they're rare. Because owning them is not required. And if they had too high of a drop rate, they would just be getting in the way of the drop table. So if it took you that many keys just to find a full set, that's actually pretty good, because that means they're barely blocking anything. You got in 3 within 25? Interesting. It's quite a bit different than one full set in 400. So realistically, they're useful up to at least 6 copies of each. Theoretically useful up to 16 copies of each. For completion's sake. There's a chance the high disparity could be because they're on the common drop table, which would be perfectly fine if that's where they're located. Because that can have some really weird RNG swings, while still being common enough that you can get a lot within a short time. I'll also get unlucky and not get many for a while. But it makes sense, because they're in the same category, kind of, as the common gnomes. They're getting in the way of precious orbs, true. I hope they lowered Cedric's drop table. How many Cedrics did he get in 25? Cedric keeps dropping too much. That would have been a perfect location if they just would have broken Cedric's drop table into 5. Where it's a 1-5 chance for Cedric and a 1-5 into 4 new ones. I don't think that's what they did. Because he's like a 1 in 10 drop. It's pretty insane how common he is relative to the fact you only ever need 6 total ever. Maybe 9 if you really wanted to make a team of 4 for no reason. Yeah, he drops at like 10% chance. We're almost there. Final stretch. Then we get to see all of our juicy totals. Now we can officially say we have gotten 1,000 vault keys in a weekend and 100 epic vault keys in a weekend. And we also found 2 Nomopalooza gnomes during this set. So we got half a Nomopalooza back for doing this final stretch. Yeah, it's fun doing these long streams. I just wish we had enough content in the game to do longer streams like this. If only we had an update this big like every 2 months with as much content to do. All that juicy loots. I feel like this Nomopalooza is ending any minute now. I'm gonna miss it. This song's gonna be stuck in my head for a week and then I'm never gonna hear it again until next month. Because there's no point doing a Nomopalooza when it's not Vault events. And the Vault event ends in a little under 2 hours. So still about 2 hours left if you want to go do these. That's enough to get in like 6 more Nomopaloozas if you have the scrolls for it. Or the verses, I should say. Oh no. That's the end. Okay, let's go get our totals. Pity. 73. What's our pity currently at? So we did go up on 1 on pity. 73 pity. 73. There we go. Alright, let's go see what our other 2 numbers are. Epic vault keys. Whoa, we just got 5 for that last batch. Oh, also I want to show something funny. I'm not sure exactly which week this is, but I need to show something funny once we finish doing these numbers. So 107? Whoa. Or sorry, 106. Still big. It's hard to see all the numbers at once because it's on so many different screens. On your guy's screen, it's only 1 screen. On my screen, it's like way too many screens. Okay, and what's the other number? I think I could do that in my head, though, just for the fun of it. I should probably make sure it's a calculator. It is 1 a.m. right now. 1, 2, 6, 8 minus 255 equals 1,013. Now we got to do some more math. It's gonna feel weird putting a comma here. Something that would have never existed ever is now in a vault key number. There we go. There's the final numbers. Now, here's one of the past vault events. Let's do some comparison here. 1,013 vault keys found this time around. One of the vault events, I'm not sure which exact vault event this was, but one of the vault events, we did 17. Also, I feel like we did about the same amount of time, both of these 2 vault events. So we had 17. We did about 1,000 more than that. Pity, 73. The other one was 9. That's less than 1 Nomopalooza. Epic vault keys, we did 2 on that one. This time we did 106. So we got more than 1,000 vault keys and more than 100 epic vault keys in our normal weekends. Wonderful. As well as all the other loot. I'm not even sure what those numbers would even be. But there it is. We got to save these numbers forever. Our highest ever vault events. Unless they buff it again, there's no way we're ever hitting more than that on a given weekend. There it is. 1,013, 73, 106. Over 1,000 vault keys, over 100 epic vault keys. Also, let's go see what our total totals are. Let's go claim our pity. Now that we're done. And before they get deleted, because you can only have 100 mail. Before we start deleting our vault keys. Also, oh, screenshot, 100%. 73 vault keys. That's a screenshot. Oh, I should have screenshotted at 69. That would have been a funnier one. Well, I'll take 73. That's a bigger number. Alright, there we go. That's just for the fun of it. Let's screenshot how many Volkeys we had after the fact. There we go. Oh yeah, we did have one whole extra day too. True. That Thursday was pretty insane. Even without it, it still would have been way different, obviously. Gosh, those numbers are insane. So we finished on 1,341 total Volkeys and 116 epic Volkeys. 225 is, or sorry, 255 is how many Volkeys we had prior, and 10 epics were how many we had prior. Which, of course, those numbers at the bottom is how many we had minus those. But there we go. And, of course, that includes the pity. I still can't get over that. As well as over other resources that just went up like crazy, like Chaos Shards, one you wouldn't really expect, but that went insane. We got like a few thousand gems. We got like over 10 million gold. We got like, I want to say over 1 million glory. I'm not even sure. It's a big number. So remember how many treasure maps we had and we couldn't open them all? Well, hello, Volkey stack. That's going to take forever to open. The issue now is more so the time it takes to actually open all the Volkeys. But hey, if we ever want infinite loot, let's just open some Volkeys. We could literally just throw down a random stream of, I feel like running a bunch of Volkeys today. I almost feel like doing a opening 1,000 Volkey stream. The only problem with that is the amount of time that would take literally the entire day. Like, that could take anywhere from 8 to 16 hours, depending on how we do it. Which is a lot of time. It is a very big number of time. Volkeys wouldn't even be exciting by, like, the 500th one if we did, like, 1,000 straight. What would be if we randomly see a power or a major blue or something? I wouldn't be as excited about a major purple or small purple by that point, even though they would be decent drops. The gem key drops that could still be good. The bigger gem drop would still be good too. The 300 gem drop is still pretty nice. The 120 is not even that bad either. But compared to the 300, it's pretty juicy. Anyways, guys, yeah, I'm probably heading to bed now. Oh, well, not to bed. I wish I could. I need to go record the video soon. So we'll go do that soonish. I don't know, maybe I'll nap and just record in the morning, we'll see. But if I don't go to sleep, video should hopefully be up by about 6 a.m. And then we sleep. And then Fall Guys, I feel like Fall Guys patches tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow isn't Tuesday. So we might just sleep in tomorrow, catch up on sleep, because it'll be like literally the only sleep I'll be getting. And then Tuesday morning, we'll run Season 2 of Fall Guys. And then, oh no, we might still do it today. It depends if the patch even drops today. I don't know for sure. If it does, we will. Possibly. I'm not sure at this point, but we'll get the video up for Gems of War tomorrow morning. 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tomorrow night we'll do the new Mythic, as well as messing with the event and probably opening some Vault Keys and getting all the tasks done. And then we'll have a Mythic video up either tomorrow, especially if the Fall Guys isn't tomorrow. We'll definitely have it up tomorrow. Or otherwise, it'll be up on Tuesday. And then during Tuesday day, we'll do Fall Guys Season 5. That's coming out for sure by that day. And then Tuesday, very late at night, like this time on Tuesday night, Pokemon Unite will be released, and we will be playing it like crazy. And probably spending too much money on it. We're probably dropping like $100 to $200. Depends what the gem packs are. We'll see. We're definitely throwing 100 at it. What'll be annoying is if the biggest pack is like 80 bucks or something, and then I'll feel like I need to do 160, which I definitely will. Are there any spots left in your guild? I believe there is. Go contact Isabel on that. Yeah, go give Isabel your invite code. If you're level 1,000 plus and you can do 1.5 million gold per week. Though at this point we might raise it to 2 million, we'll see. And due to Nomapalooza giving $1.5 billion. And if you can do that and to participate in all guild related events, yes, give the invite code to Isabel. She can get you in. And then we'll have a full guild again. And that'll be fixed. I think we still need someone for Puzzle Quest 3 though. We can worry about that later. But anyways, guys, I should probably head to rest eyes and stuffs. Thank you all so much for stopping by and staying for so long. It was a pretty fun stream. But yeah, Ernie, Isabel will get you in, so work out. Perfect. And also that only works on your PC mobile version, though I assume you are. But anyways, yeah, I should probably head to bed. I'm just kind of rambling at this point. I'm tired. Hopefully I don't ramble during the Monday video thingy. We'll have that up when I can. But anyways, I hope you all had a wonderful Vault event weekend. If you really want to grind a little bit longer, still an hour and a half left. I will not, but if you want to, there's still a little bit of time left if you want to get the last little bit of grind. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow night, same time as always, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be going over to New Mythic, messing with all the tasks, probably opening some of these Vault keys, definitely not all of them, obviously. And we'll go from there. And we'll be streaming a lot of other games this upcoming week as well. Quite a few fun things happening. Anyways, guys, I'll catch you guys soon. Have a wonderful week. Best of luck if you're still going to be farming the last little bit of Vault event. And I'll catch you guys soon. Goodbye, everyone.